Hello, everybody. Happy Saturday. Easter eBay, yep. Close enough. What is blade assault? So cheap. Looks like one of those $10 indie games that got a physical. Gotta say, that red background really makes those pictures pop. Wow. This might be the first time we're ever seeing a FM Towns Marty auction ending on an eBay game hunting stream. It's pretty uncommon, especially one that is in the US. I actually have this one. Do I have Microcosm? Yes. It's a pretty cool little rail shooter. I originally played it on the Sega CD. It's like you're going through the human body, whatever, like the cells and blood vessels or something like that. It's a neat gimmick. I'd link it, but I don't think anybody here has a Marty. I am. Thank you. Now I rock a teller suit. It's quite the mouthful, I gotta say there for your name. Still worth playing the Japanese versions of this if you have only played the US, because the songs are like completely different. So if you're a hardcore Bust a Move fan, you're missing out. 42 games. It's not bad. Lowrider's like a $20-$25 game. Downhill Domination these days, I think it's around 30. Why do I feel like this Stunt GP game? I know I've looked this up before. Why do I feel like that? I can't remember if that's a little more on the uncommon side or not. Let me check. It's really not a cover I see often. No. It's like your standard $10 game. Still not a bad lot though. Free shipping, which makes this even more enticing. Couple may be missing manuals. Man, I can't stand lazy sellers like that. A couple may be missing manuals. Well, they either are or they're not. It's not like there's 1,000 games here. There's 42 games. You can tell us how many are missing the manuals and which one. I just don't understand how you get 1,000 feedback. Is it really that hard? Anyway, I'll still link it. You know why they're being lazy like that is because if they say exactly what ones are missing in the manual, it's probably the really good ones, and then nobody will want to bid on it. If they keep it kind of unknown, you'll still take the chance. But if you know exactly what ones don't have the manual, then you may not bid. That's why they do that. How much are the Hitman games? They're pretty cheap. Don't forget, there was like a Hitman collection on PS2. But they're also like, they got greatest hits. They're very common. Hitman games you could probably get as cheap as, you know, if you're patient, like $5 each, $10, probably no more than 10 or 15 for Black Label ones. If you're buying them individually. If you're getting them in a lot, you'll get them very easily over time. If you're getting greatest hits, they're super cheap. Comedy JRPG? I'm not sure I've played too many comedy RPGs. I guess the closest thing to that would be like Earthbound for me. Or Super Mario RPG also. Can be a little silly. Did I get Fire Warrior yet? No. I've been looking at it though. There's not a lot of cheap copies on eBay. If I want a good copy, it's like $20, $25, but I can get it cheaper. Man, Super Spy used to be one of the cheapest games on Neo Geo. Oh, I keep forgetting to do this. Alright, on the Twitch side, if you're not subbed, you're going to get 3 minutes of ads. The only reason I do this is because it's really before most people are in the stream, and it gets rid of pre-rolls for the next hour, which I think outweighs the suffering of a small handful of people at the start of the stream. So if you're subbed, you don't got to worry about it. Keep forgetting to do that. I've seen PS4s where people have like unobtainable stuff installed. They used to go for way more than $300 to $400. Kuon? No, Kuon's like 2,000. Probably like between 15 and 2,000 depending on condition. If I were you, I would just like sell. I would play PT one more time. Get it out of your system, like meaning literally you. Get it, get the urge to play PT out of your system. And then sell it if you're not really feeling it, if there's no other reason for you to keep your PS4. Unfortunately, I have to keep mine because of PT, but also Okage Shadow King, which is still not patched on the PS5 and probably never will be. Sorry to disappoint you, Medline. I got Kuon a long time ago. I got Kuon when a complete copy was probably still somewhere in the realm of $250, probably. Back before it got crazy. It was around the time when Rule of Rose and Kuon were pretty much the same price. And around that time I bought Kuon. I pieced Rule of Rose together. I bought the disc. I can't remember if I bought the disc first. Either way, I got a really good deal on the box and the manual. And then I think I had to buy the disc after, or the disc first and then the box. I don't. Either way, I pieced together Rule of Rose, which came out to be under $200, I think. And Kuon was around the price of Rule of Rose. So, I don't know. It was so long ago. Hello, Polyrain. You picked up Azel, Hender Dragoon Saga. Still fairly playable in Japanese. Shouldn't be too hard for you to figure it out with a guide. I think we'll get a remake of Rule of Rose. I would not count on that. I could see it one day being ported, because Atlas being Atlas, but I think Atlas these days is very focused on making money. They're getting kind of big time. Atlas isn't what they used to be. So I'm not sure if they're going to be concerned with porting Rule of Rose in any way. I'm not even sure if they can just outright do it. I'm not sure if they got to get like permission from Sony or something. Who knows how that legal stuff works. Hello, Amberg. Rogue. The OG. One of the ones that started it all. Cool cover. You have this game to thank for all the roguelikes we have today. It would be cool to own a physical of this. What do you know? The roguelike genre is because of a game called Rogue. Isn't that something? Hello, Zero Vario. I'm sure there's still plenty of N64 games I want. The Long Dark. Oh, is that the game that I played? Is that the one where you're like out in the blizzard and you're trying to survive? Is that the Long Dark? It means a game like Rogue. So that game Rogue that we saw, any game that is a roguelike borrows some elements from Rogue. It's pretty much how it went. Now the term is just thrown around very loosely. But for a long time, being called a roguelike actually meant something. Back on Game Pass. Yeah, I played that on PlayStation a couple of years ago. A little bit, not too much. I enjoyed what I played. It seemed like a really cool survival game. I don't typically play too many survival games, but that one was pretty cool. Is this one that you need a special... Oh, it's an iToy game. Of course. And it's got a dance pad. Yeah, that's never happening. Dead Reset Physical Edition, 14 bucks. It's a cool game. Pretty sure though, if you wait a little bit, especially for Black Friday, this game is going to be really cheap. It's probably going to be one of those like $9.99 games. Currently playing Eco at the moment. It's never a bad time to play Eco. Yeah, the Clockwork Knight games, they were okay. I never got super into them like some people. They're alright. The sprite animations were nice and all, but I never really cared for the gameplay. I wish this person would finally take this dress out of the gaming category. Put the correct tag on this thing. It's like we've been seeing it for a month now, at least. Or someone just needs to buy it. I don't think I watch prices of Yakuza that closely. From what I've seen though, the prices of Yakuza games, I think generally on the PS2 Yakuza has come down over the years. It used to be way more expensive. I think them just constantly releasing Yakuza and remakes and HD versions, I mean, it starts to take its toll. I hope Nintendo does another one of these. This was really fun. Now, they called this NES Edition. So that implies to me that maybe one day we'll see Super Nintendo Edition. I really enjoyed the World Championship game. That was really fun for like 2 weeks. Lost its luster really quickly. I don't even know how many people still play that. They'll probably be taking the servers down soon if they haven't already. But I got into some of the the speedrun challenges in here pretty heavily. I think the one I got into the most was honestly the Metroid one, the Metroid jumping level. My goodness. That one that they did in like the first or second week. I got super into that. I got pretty high on the leaderboard too. I also got into this one right here, the one where you had to kill the centaur thing. But then people started like, the problem with a lot of these games. Oh, and then I got into the one as well where you had to go through Mario 1-1. I got the best time that you could without doing like the frame buffer jump skips and all that crazy. Like, the problem with these challenges, a lot of times you have to abuse extremely precise, like pixel perfect glitches. And if you weren't doing it, then you just have no chance. And a lot of times the glitches were not fun. So that's kind of what killed it. Makes me curious how many people are still doing those challenges. Can't be that many. They just have to be so redundant at this point. Super Nintendo Edition would be awesome. I have still not played the NES Remix games. Yeah, I've been meaning to really get the Wii U one at least. I heard they're really cool games. What's my favorite system to collect for? Overall, as a whole, it used to be PS1 because I had a ton of fun collecting the Japanese import games back when they were undesirable and very cheap. That's kind of stopped these days. So now I'd probably say PS2. It's probably the most fun. Hello, Ostia. Well, if she likes hardcore dungeon crawlers, Tommy, she should hopefully enjoy it. That's a pretty long, grindy game. But if she also enjoys good characters, good story, Persona games always have that. Just keep in mind, the gimmick with Persona 3 is the whole, like, putting the gun to their head to summon their personas. That game definitely earns its M rating, that's for sure. Hello, Gaseous. Now, what the hell, like, what kind of game could you make with Jelly Belly? What are you doing? Wonder if it's like a Peggle game or something. Can't really see. The good old Wii, back when you could make a game about literally anything and it would still sell. I kind of miss those times a little bit though, you know, where the most trashy bargain bin filler games would get a physical release. Now it's a lot harder for... Could you imagine a Jelly Belly game coming out now? That ain't getting a physical release. At least back then, no matter what was coming out, was getting a physical copy. Oh, thanks, Tommy. Always appreciate the kick sub. Thank you very much. I like that your name on my end also matches like the color of the kick logo. It looks nice. Xenoblade Chronicles X. I'm still waiting to see what they do with that game because I've heard different reports about it having issues on the Switch too. And then some people are like it has no issues. So I'm waiting to see if they issue an update for that before I play that. I have Haunting Grounds. Yeah, that's another one that I bought a long time ago. When I got Haunting Ground, it was only like $60. I have almost every horror type of game on PS2. You know, I'm still missing a couple, but for the most part, I have everything. Because of my horror month streams, I've pretty much, over the years, accumulated everything you can pretty much want for it. So I can do my horror streams. That also includes, like, PAL releases and Japanese games. Ultraman Famicom Disk System games. We caught him. Ooh, wow, that's rough. Yeah, see, I'd probably pass on that. Anything I'm willing to sell? Yeah, a copy of Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt. You'll see me sell stuff occasionally on my eBay streams. I've done it in the past. I've already sold most of the stuff I want to sell, but I still, you know, I could always let something go. Actually, the funny part is I don't even think I have a second copy of Mario Brothers Duck Hunt. So, no, not even that. Did I get a haircut? No. You're just looking at freshly blow-dried hair. But also I've been using a different shampoo and conditioner that helps a lot. And then I tend to not like comb it. I just kind of like comb it with my hand, so it gives it like a... I don't know, I got like a new method down. So it kind of gives it a different look. Because if you comb it while blow drying, it kind of like flattens it out and everything. But if you just use your hands when you blow dry, it gives it more of a, yeah, messy but neat look. I don't know how you would even describe it. Thank you for watching So Long Predators. Let me guess. Now you're married with kids? No. There's so many stories though where people are like, yeah, I was watching you since I was 12 and now I'm like 30 with kids. I'm like, oh, thanks for making me feel much younger. earlier days of collecting, where I traded games into a local store, I only traded games in once to, I don't know what store. It was either like Electronics Boutique or Funkoland or something. I don't remember which. Took a lot of my Genesis games to trade them in, because if new games came out, they were very expensive. Right? Like a new Genesis game, those are like sometimes $60, $70. And back then, that was a ton of money. So like if I wanted a new release, trading the games in at the time was like the only way to do it. But I only did that once. Other than that, then it was just buying games from the bargain bins. And if I sold something, it would be on eBay. But man, let me tell you, if you sold something on eBay back then, or I used to sell on Digital Press and Atari Age through like the buying and selling forums. But if you sold something back then, boy, you were often not getting a lot of money for it. But at the same time, games were not a lot of money, so I guess it kind of worked out. Yeah, I don't even I don't even look at the graded games anymore. Like I just look at this and my eyes just glaze over and I just keep scrolling. Graded games of stuff that you can go to the store right now. Like it makes no sense. Just go to the store and buy a brand new copy. Guitar Man, I mean, in my opinion, for what Guitar Man is, it's still completely worth the money. The cost of Guitar Man is like 2 modern games. I think that game is well worth what it still goes for, honestly, if you like music rhythm games. I still think that game has not reached its full like potential price. It's just so, it's like one of the best music rhythm games ever made. You're missing comments in your chat. Yeah, so if you look at the name, the colors, so if a chat comment on the stream itself is red, that's YouTube. If it's purple, it's Twitch. Green is Kick. So that way, depending on what platform you're on, it's easier for you to pick out what comments you're not seeing in your native chat. Parappa's a great game. I actually think I prefer Parappa 2. I'm a big fan of Parappa 2. The highlight here being Alice Madness Returns, but the price of that lot is crazy. Oh, playing Shadow Hearts 1 is definitely a must. If you like that combat system, the first game, in my opinion, the other two don't even come close to it. Just the horror theme of the first game is just untouchable. I love this like little string of games we've got here. Just a bunch of cheap platformers. Even Frogger the Great Quest. I'm starting to see a lot more indie developers come out with like PS2 era platformers, which is good. We need to move towards more people coming out with that type of platformer. I'm tired of like 2D platformers. We need the comeback of PS2 era platformers, and I feel like it's starting to get a bit more prevalent as people that grew up with those games are starting to, you know, get into game development. I just wish that we got more of those kind of games from non-indie developers. But it is what it is. The bigger companies don't want to take the risk on them. That's why I'm really hoping that Astrobot lights a fire under some developers like, maybe we should try and make a new 3D platformer. I have not played Marathon. No. I've, you know, avoided the launch hype for that, so at this point, I think I could safely not play it and be fine. The fun fact is, originally I was like on a press list for Marathon before it got delayed, before like the whole art theft problem. They sent me a press kit and everything, so I haven't even opened it. Because they literally, like, as soon as I got it, not long after that, the game had all that drama and got delayed. So I bet you my press kit is loaded with stolen art. That's kind of funny. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Keep enjoying it while you can. You know, those kind of games are a little fragile these days. You never know. One day could be its last in no time. I don't think Marathon is going to be like Concord or Highguard in terms of getting shut down that quickly, but they're not gaining players, so that's never a good thing, right? So if you like the game, you might as well keep having fun with it while you can. Haven Call of the King. That's one that doesn't get brought up too often. I think I only played a demo of that. I'm not sure I ever tried the full game of that. Personally, I always hated the character design. But these days, yeah. I don't care how ugly the character looks. I'll still try it as long as the game's fun. Back then, I was a little more picky with the character design. Because back then we had it so good. You had such cool characters. Jak and Daxter, Ratchet and Clank. Why would I play a game like Haven? Right? But now it's like, whatever, I'll take any 3D platformer I haven't tried yet. So how many of you are playing Star Fox games now? I will say I am very tempted to play something Star Fox. I never played Star Fox Zero. But some good old Star Fox 64 is never a bad option either. Well, thanks, Jose Garcia. Appreciate that very much. Thank you for becoming a member. There will be whatever, probably in the coming weeks, next week or two, there's going to be another one of those bonus eBay hours or so for the members where I shop for myself on eBay, so keep an eye out for that. That'll either be like next week or the week after or something. I tend to try and do that for milestones. The original character was going to be the Traveler's Tales logo critter thing. Oh, what? That's such a cool character design. Did you keep up with your streaming, Sonic 19? Hello, Taco. Do I still play Lucien's Quest? It's been a little bit. I was playing it a lot while I was speedrunning it. Still kind of know that game fairly decently because of how many times I played through it. By far the best 3DO game. Unfortunately, most people will never get the chance to play it. It's got one of my favorite final bosses in any RPG. I love the final boss in Lucien's Quest. It's just such an epic fight. Who doesn't want to fight a giant black dragon with like some epic, like metal orchestral music in the background with like some organs and stuff? Such a cool fight. Can I explain my love-hate relationship with 14? Honestly, anytime I hate on 14, it's mostly just joking around, but I understand it's, you know, it's a very good, successful modern MMO. You just gotta be in the mood to play a modern MMO, which most of the time I'm not looking for. When you grow up with and you only play Final Fantasy XI, it's very hard to play other types of MMOs. It's what I like to call the Final Fantasy XI curse. Once you've played it, you compare all other MMOs. I'm like scrolling here, waiting to see a video game. You compare all the other MMOs you play to 11, and then it's very hard to get into MMOs that don't follow a similar formula. That's why the only MMOs I'm even remotely able to somewhat get into are games like EverQuest and Monsters and Memories and Pantheon. Because they all follow a similar hardcore style. Grindy, slow, you work for everything you earn. Team-oriented, you can't really solo much. There's a new EverQuest coming out, Stage 1 Boss. I don't know if you saw that. EverQuest Legends. I'll be streaming it. Forgot to apply for the beta thing they have for it. It's probably too late. Yep, welcome Hanzo. I've been streaming for... Well, I've consistently been streaming for about a decade on Twitch. But only in the past year or so I started streaming on YouTube. But I'm glad the algorithm has found its way too. That's thanks due in part to everybody that always likes my streams. It just lets more of my old subscribers know that I stream. That's why liking is so important, because like, as crazy as it sounds, someone could have been subscribed to my channel for over a decade and YouTube may not let them know that I'm streaming. Until one day they're like, you know what? This Hanzo guy, I think he wants to know that Pete streams. And they'll finally recommend one of my streams. It's just how the YouTube algorithm works. It's just... It's a very specific system. $30 GameCube games. It's actually a pretty good game selection. So it's like $25 a game. Right? Is my math like not too bad on this? 30 games, 750. Because if they were 20, they'd be 600. So it's like, you know, with tax and shipping, you're looking at like, what, $25 a game? That's actually, for GameCube standards, pretty darn reasonable. I'll link the seller. I don't think the game selection is that bad either. You like Final Fantasy 12 so much? You know what the crazy part is? Final Fantasy 11 feels very similar to Final Fantasy 12 in terms of the combat. It's just a little slower paced. 11. Your biggest slot buy was 60 PC games. That's why it's like I'm hesitant to get into PC collecting, because boy, once you get into that, man, like every PC lot on eBay is gonna look so tempting to you because there's just so many PC games out there. Oh look, Haven. Now we could admire the ugly character that we were talking about earlier. Didn't this get like an HD re-release not that long ago too, out of nowhere? Yep. Yeah, I do my eBay streams every Saturday, and then during the week I play games. So now that you've been to my stream, the one thing I'll say to like help with the algorithm like recommending me my future streams, and this goes for anybody that like pops into a stream for the first time, for me or anybody else, if subscribing won't always recommend you the streams for that person. They look more so like how often do you like the stream and comment. So if you come to a stream and you want that person's stream to be recommended to you more on your homepage, you need to make sure you like the stream, and then also like post a couple comments in the chat. Something along those lines. And if you do that for a few streams in a row, it'll be very consistent with recommending, because YouTube will be like, okay, this person really interacts and shows up to this person's streams, so they're going to recommend it more often, and more often than not, it'll be every time. It'll always be on your homepage. So the more consistent you are with doing things like that, the more consistent YouTube is with letting you know. For a long time, the character design was worse than what was actually released. Man, now I'm curious. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the character from that game. You've never seen Final Fantasy 11 before. Is it even playable today? I'm glad you asked. Yes, Final Fantasy 11 is still playable. You can do the retail version. It's never shut down after all these years. Like, you could still do the official, like, pay-to-play original servers. However, the game is much different and very intimidating to get into today if you take that route. It's also very solo-oriented. so you're gonna have to really like playing by yourself. However, you can play the game on private servers, which is what I do, where it sticks to the original, like what the game was like within the first few years of it coming out, like the first 2 or 3 expansions, and you play it free. The last server that I played on, and it'll definitely be the one that I stick with for the foreseeable future, is Horizon. I'll show you the website. It's called horizonxi.com. So this is the one that I was on. You can actually see right now there are almost 2,000 people online. This can go much higher. It is Saturday night, so this is probably like one of the peak player populations you'll see. And if you come in here and you can look at all the people that are looking for a group right now at this very moment. One bard looking for a group. Yep, does not surprise me whatsoever. Yeah, and you can actually find my player on this server. This is the 3rd private server I did, so I didn't have too much progress. I made most of my progress on the 2nd private server that I did. I got my Puppet Master to 75. But for this server, I only got a few jobs up there into the 30s. I was working on Bard. I stopped playing when I got Ninja because I had to get my Shadows, my Utsusumi. This is pretty much just chat for people that have played 11 before, but I unlocked Ninja, and then I was having to work on getting my Shadow, like my Ninja tools for casting Shadows. And I didn't want to have to go through that, so it's pretty much what stopped me. I was also doing a lot of clamming. I had a lot of fun clamming. That was something I didn't get access to back in the day. That's how I made most of my money. So if you want to play Final Fantasy XI, this is the site you go. You like, it's so straightforward. I know, like, oh, a private server, it sounds like intimidating. No, it's literally a professional launcher. You download the game, it opens up a really nice custom launcher, like professional. And it's so straightforward to install the game, and you don't pay, and you literally just play Final Fantasy XI like it was meant to be played back in the day. It's so amazing. So there's my Final Fantasy XI plug for the night. You'll see me back on it at some point. The mood will strike me again, I'm sure. Steam has 89,000 games right now. Wow, I would have thought it was even more. Must be why so many of those over-the-top hype streamers. Oh yeah, the hype streamers. Yeah, if they tell you to spam in their chat, it's definitely for the algorithm for sure. But it is what it is, right? They know how to work the system. And thank you very much, Aoria. Thank you for the resub. 51 months. More AI slop got removed at the beginning of April off the PlayStation Store, so no more AI simulators. Oh, finally. Gosh. But you know what, though? The funniest part is, of the AI games that I've played, the one that I had the most fun with was that one AI sex shop simulator game. Like, that was way more fun than it should have been. So if anything, keep the AI shop simulators. Boy, that's not... Say that 10 times fast. And get rid of all the other crap. page are we on? Page 3. All right, we'll get to page 10 or so. $300. How many games? It's like it's a mix of actually cool games and then a mix of games nobody would care about. I think it's reasonably priced, however. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Oh, it's actually not as many games. I thought it was going to be closer to like 25 or 30. 20 games for $300. $20 off coupon. Shipping's pretty much free. This might be the kind of lot where you make an offer or add it to your wish list or something. Just be careful though, because there's only 2 feedback on this seller. It does look like somebody that's just downsizing big bulky boxes. It is kind of this is, I don't know about, no, actually, no, I wouldn't buy from the seller. This is weird. Someone with 2 feedback and they're just coming out of nowhere and selling air compressors for $2,000 and $1,500, and like literally everything they're selling is hundreds of dollars. That's a red flag to me. I wouldn't buy this. I mean, I guess maybe the Skylander thing kind of makes it a little more potentially not a scam, but I don't know though. I'll link the seller, but just be careful. The 93 NES cards. I could see it from here. They're all practically sports games. I just saw this from a distance. I'm like, yep. Yeah, that's a no thank you lot. $30 360 games for $100. And it's about what you would expect for that price. Sweet Code and Lot for $260. A lot of those are a little cheaper than you would think. The only one here that's really expensive is 5, which these days, I'm not sure. It used to go for like $120 to $150, but I think it's come down a little bit. $60 PS 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games. Castlevania Lament of Innocence. Wild Arms 3. And that's about it. $53 complete games, 26 games for Switch, PS2, PS1, Xbox, PS3, Wii, 80 plus games. It's a weird way to do the title. Just add up how many are there total. swear that Pro Rally game is like not the cheapest game on GameCube. I don't remember how much. It's like I think it's like $60. Could be wrong. I know there's some of those racing games on GameCube that are actually kind of pricey. Both Buffy games, Drakon, which has gone up. Ancient Gate. It's like a $30 game now. Lenticular covers for Crash. Mario 3D All-Stars, which might actually be pretty expensive right now because of Mario Galaxy. It's a pretty messy lot. 850, definitely not $850 lot, I'll tell you that much. I'm just looking to see if there's more. I guess that's it. Their title's very weird. They're saying that there's 80. Oh, 80. I see how they did it. 53 games are complete, 26 are loose for 80 plus games. Tricep. Like, what do I do for tricep? Well, you hit the triceps a lot with compound machines too. But isolation-wise, the ones that I'll always do, tricep press, which isolates it a lot. It's a machine. And then I was working for a while doing unilateral tricep extension because I had an imbalance with one arm being stronger than the other for triceps. That started evening out, so now I've started doing the bilateral both at once with the tricep extension machine, which is nice. I hated the unilateral. It was a pain. And then depending on if a machine is taken or not, like if the extension machine is taken, I'll sometimes do both or alternate with the rope pull down. You know, with the cable. You really don't have to do too much isolation for them because if you're using compound machines, you're going to be hitting them anyway. $1,000 for this. Why is Yoshi Safari covered up? You're not getting Safari? Let me guess, because Yoshi was in the Odyssey movie and maybe Safari went up in price, you never know. And they're like, you know what, you're not getting that. I'm slowly leaving my collection. Well, where are you leaving it? I'll come pick it up. Do I do only machine? For now, mostly, yeah. Yeah. It's just, like, you're gonna get crazy results even with just machines. They're safe. They're easy to progressively overload. Yeah, you can't really mess them up. I do some barbell stuff for, like, biceps. Just very basic stuff. Just for variety. But I have a very good Planet Fitness. Like, they have tons of machines. Pretty much everything you'd want. They have also a lot of new MTS machines that other Planet Fitnesses do not have. So, like, you can literally hit whatever the hell you want. They have a lot of the new plate-loaded machines, too. If you use those. It's a good Planet Fitness. When I want to do non-machine stuff, I have a different gym. That's more of a hardcore, I guess they call it, weightlifting gym, where I'll hire a personal trainer before I start doing. Because you got to have proper form. You can mess yourself up with injury big time if you don't know what you're doing. It's kind of hard to like look at a YouTube video and be like, oh yeah, I can do that. Because guess what? You're probably not doing it correctly. And it's very easy to injure yourself. Looks like our listings got pushed back a little bit. Hold on. Somebody must have just listed a bunch of stuff because it got pushed down. The hell was that? Hold on, I gotta check my stream elements. I heard that, but I don't know what, I didn't see something pop up. Streamlabs. Actually, I think the lunk alarm was set off once today for the first time I think I heard it. I'm pretty sure it was a group of those obnoxious teenagers. You know, the ones that walk around in a group and they're like shadow boxing each other and looking like idiots. Like challenging each other to use more weight. It's like, God, they just don't understand how cringe they look in those freaking situations. They think they're so cool. They look ridiculous. I think they were the ones that finally had to set off. Hold on. What the heck did I just hear? Did you donate, Fox? Because like I'm looking at my Streamlabs. Hold on. I don't know why that doesn't show up. Yeah, I missed your donation the other day. I sent you a whisper. Thank you again for that, by the way. I hate it when I miss any kind of like sub or donation thing and I for some reason don't see it for one reason or another. I always feel so terrible. I'm not used to this new layout on here. Okay, I found it. Now I see it. Yeah, they weren't popping that up on any of my like recent history things. Appreciate that. Thank you for the $5, Fox. Thanks, Maestro. Thank you for that resub. Thank you for the 58 months. Yeah, the bunches of broccoli. All wrapped up in a rubber band together. Have you ever played the Naruto games on 360? Yes. Rise of a Ninja is an amazing game. That's my favorite. I played that again a year or two ago, and it still holds up. It still looks amazing. The hub world is still awesome. Man, I don't even... I'm scared to look at freaking Evercade stuff. There's so many games now that are probably like double or triple the price of what I could have got them for a year ago. Because they make their games go legacy, so they like take them out of print, where they don't make new copies anymore. And then that's what makes them get very pricey. $86 shipping. Come on. That doesn't cost $86. I don't believe that. I don't care if you're from Canada or not. X rentals, so the discs are probably really bad and I see sun fading. Shipping also kills the deal. Huge Super Nintendo lot, 102 games, $2,500. See, now $72 shipping on that makes sense. Of course, all the box games are pretty much bottom of the barrel for Super Nintendo. $2,500? Yeah, I don't think so. There's got to be some killer carts in here. No. You know, this Slam Masters game is actually very expensive on the Genesis, Saturday Night Slam Masters. The Genesis copy of that, complete, I think is like $200. It's pricey. I have not played Adventures or Assault for Star Fox, no. I'm sure at some point. Not an immediate future, though. See what all the fuss is about with Adventures one day. Yeah, one of those games, Stage Room Boss. Another one is Zero the Kamikaze Squirrel. The Genesis version is way more money than the Super Nintendo. And also Error the Acrobat 2. That's another one off the top of my head. At least I believe, last time I looked, for both of those. I don't think you'll see Sega make a Sonic game based solely off the movies. I think they're content with just continuing to do what they're doing. Moving towards, like, the frontier route. I think the days of movie licensed games like that are just over, sadly. I know we used to dread them. It's like, these movie licensed games. But now we look at them, like, fondly and nostalgically. It's funny. Hello, Drake. Never thought we'd see the day where we wish we'd get more movie licensed games that would come out within like 8 months, 6 months. Just think how crazy it was to have to turn around a full game. It's like, okay, the movie gets announced and released, and then they got to turn around a game in like a year's time. The development cycles back then were so quick. I don't even mean like the side-scrolling ones. Those are a whole different story. Like full, like 3D engine, like we used to get them. Games just take too long to come out these days because of the freaking graphics engines. It's ridiculous. I mean, we got 3 Uncharted games on PS3. Just think about that. Imagine expecting 3 games on the level of Uncharted now. You'd be waiting an entire console generation for one. Or the other example that everybody loves using right now are 3D Mario games. Nearly a decade to get one right now. It's crazy. These lots are just like... they're just not exciting enough to link a single one of them. They pollute them with too many garbage games. What I would do if I were this seller, I'd make one super solid lot where you pick out like the best games from each one of these pictures, and you make one super solid lot. And then you keep the other ones like super mediocre, like they already kind of are. Pull all the best ones together. Or theme them. Put all the shooters together, put all the action games together, put all the racing games together. Have some fun with it. The original Xbox had 2 Buffy games, yeah. Hello, Reg. Yeah, there's Frederick. Mass Effect Trilogy, Gears of War Trilogy, Lost Planet Trilogy, Resistance Trilogy, Saints Row Trilogy, Dead Space Trilogy, Uncharted Trilogy, Motorstorm Trilogy, Fear Trilogy. Just to name a few. I wish we can go back to the times where we're okay with games looking like, you know, an HDified 360 game. I don't think people would complain. I think it would be better for the industry. People would still play the heck out of those games. Great. I think we'd be okay with most of our games not looking like real life. Okay, leave that to the GTAs of the world, right? Like, it's okay to have games that take a decade to develop. Alright, we'll still take those. But I think most people would be completely fine with sacrificing visual fidelity if it just meant games could be potentially cheaper but also just like you don't have to wait so long between the sequels and it's just new releases in the series. Go back to how it used to be. I'd be completely okay if a lot of newer games looked like a 360 game, like somewhere between a 360 and an Xbox One game, or a PS3 game and a PS4 game, like somewhere in between. I'd be fine with it. But I don't think we're ever gonna see that. Because then they'd become the joke of the industry, right? Like, do you really think that these big IPs are ever going to go back in time like that? It's not going to happen. Unless it's purposefully looking for a retro look. But that's way harder to do in a 3D engine. It's one thing if it's side-scrolling pixel, like that kind of stuff. But if you're using a 3D engine, it's kind of hard to be like, alright, we're going to make a retro-looking Uncharted game. Yeah, most people are not going to be happy with that. There will be people that are very upset about that. $200. I love how this game gets, like, of all the games in this stack of games, they're like, you know what? Bam. Let's open this one up. It's a seller with some taste. Yeah, I mean, but even back then when we were getting multiple releases, like multiple games in a series, at least back then too, the games weren't super bloated. So it was kind of easy to keep up with playing multiple games in a series, even if we were getting like several per generation. Feels a little pricey. Honestly, if you like priced everything out piecewise, it probably would come out to be somewhere around 150, 200. It's just not a very exciting lot. What do I think of the new Mario movie? Yeah, I posted my quick impressions of it on X. I enjoyed it. I think if you're a fan of Mario games, it's worth going to see. It's just a fun movie, you know? The plot is almost non-existent, but that's okay because it's like... The best way to describe the Mario Galaxy movie is... Think of it like an hour-and-a-half long cutscene of just crazy, like what could possibly come next kind of scenarios in the Mario game universe. It's just a fun watch. If you're looking for a plot that's a little more serious, then just stick to the Sonic movies, because those definitely have more character development going on. It's great for kids. People that have kids, apparently the kids are big fans of it. But also, I think it's a really fun movie if you like looking for Easter eggs and references. I mean, that's pretty much the whole movie. And to me, that was worth it. I love looking in the backgrounds for stuff. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, I saw it in IMAX. It's definitely worth seeing in IMAX if you can. You'll enjoy it. Just pretty much turn your brain off for an hour and a half and you'll enjoy it. I think I liked it more than the first one a little bit. The first one was cool and all. Like, I think I preferred the first watch of the first Super Mario Brothers movie more because it was just cool to see how they put the Mario universe into, like, a theatrical kind of worlds. A little bit more of a slow burn in the beginning, you know, introducing Mario and Luigi and, like, the humble beginnings of how they got started, right? Like, I like that. But in terms of rewatchability, the second one is way more rewatchable, in my opinion, just because there's so much happening that you can't see everything in the first viewing. No, there's no F-bomb from Luma. I think I know what scene it was referring to. It's just like a bit of awkward voice acting. Almost like a fumble or something. Did I find it cringe? It wasn't that cringe, no. It really wasn't too bad in terms of, like, the humor it goes for is mostly, like, humor within the Mario universe that makes sense. Just Lumilee's accent that made it sound the way for some ears. Yeah, I didn't hear anything like that. Honestly, I loved Yoshi. I thought Yoshi was perfect in the movie. The voice acting, like, imagine having to voice act Yoshi. That is not easy, but it actually worked. It's just a cute character. I like how they introduce him. It's a cool dynamic with Mario, Yoshi, and Luigi, you know? Alright, let's switch up the search. Stern Pinball Arcade for Xbox One, $55 sealed. Yeah, that to me looks like the kind of game that might actually become a little hard to get on the Xbox One. It doesn't strike me as something that would sell a lot of copies. Yeah, I went to a late... Also, I think it's worth mentioning, depending on what time of, like, the time of day you go to see this movie will greatly impact the audience reaction. I went to a 10:30 at night showing, which of course was, like, no kids whatsoever. It was all, like, people in their 20s, 30s, 40s. And the theater was very, very loud. Lots of applause and stuff, clapping, especially at the end of the movie. Everybody seemed to like it. I think it's pretty obvious at this point, the extra character that's in the movie. But we'll still not mention it just in case. But yeah, the inclusion of that character was cool. I just thought it was a cool dynamic because I just liked hearing the music from the games and stuff, and just seeing that crossover was pretty neat. I got rid of this game because I can't really stream it. It's a very unique DS game from Japan. You slide your DS around on a table to play it. Super playable without knowing Japanese. Yeah, you literally take your DS, put it on this little stand, and you slide it around on a table to play the game. Mag Kid. There's someone shipping a copy from in the US, which may be one of the cheapest and easiest ways to get a copy of this if you ever wanted it. So I'll link this seller. They've also got a Tomb Raider Legend in a bikini statue, for those interested. No Resident Evil 9 yet. I only play horror games in October. And I'm also not guaranteeing that Resident Evil 9 will make an appearance this year. We'll see. I never guarantee anything for October. This is the 10th anniversary of Horror Game Month, so there won't be as much time for newer horror games. Oh, look, a Luma plush. What was it, like a blind box or something? Did this come out because of the movie? Oh yeah, it did. I'd be alright with a Luma blind box if it wasn't $100. I have not played any Deception games. Yeah, but 3 to 4 streams in October that's... I usually only do so many games that take that many streams to beat. Just try and limit how many long games I play in October. But we'll see. By then, the hype for Resident Evil 9 will have been... It would have died down so much, so we'll see. Maybe I play something like Resident Evil 5 instead. Yeah, we never got Pain in a physical copy in the US. I don't think I really played this game much. I know I played some kind of demo, but I don't think I played the full game. Some people really like that game. I played Alan Wake 1 several years ago. I enjoyed it. No plans to play 2, but the first game was pretty neat. Wow, are these things really going for that much money now? Boom boxes? Seriously? Guess that makes sense. They're not making them anymore, really. At least good ones. This one don't even work and they want 150 for it. Sonic and the Black Knight Sword for Wii. Just the holder. Exclusive to Spain. Well, guess I found my Halloween costume. $500 Wii remote holder for Sonic and the Black Knight. That's actually got to be pretty rare. I don't think I've ever seen that before. It's missing the metal part in the middle. Man, you can't be asking $500 for it then. If it's missing the part that makes it cool, come on now. I'm not sure when that will be, Super Coolio. Unfortunately, the site that I use for that has kind of like gone down the shitter recently. So you don't get as many good deals anymore with that kind of stuff. Offers. How do you decide when one should sell a collectible? Honestly, I view a lot of my collectibles as almost one-of-a-kind things, so it's not something I typically let go of. For me, if I were to let go of a collectible, it's usually because I bought said collectible when I was like at my peak excitement for said game. Maybe it's a standee or a poster or something along those lines. And maybe as the years go by, my love or just like attention for that series dies down. And then maybe I'm like, you know what? I really don't like this series as much as I used to. And then I'm alright with getting rid of it. But also, a lot of it sometimes can be like a space thing. If it's something where I feel that way and it's like a big bulky thing, I'm like, man, I just gotta get rid of this. I gotta free up the space that this thing takes up, then I get rid of it. The back-to-back super chats. Wow, thanks so much. Thank you, Unbound. Did I ever play the Dreamcast online? So, do you remember what your experience was? Not playing the Dreamcast online is one of my biggest regrets in gaming. I never had the ability to play Dreamcast online. That thing, unfortunately, like, not a lot of people had that kind of internet to be playing games online back then. 1999, 2000, 2001. My first online games were on my PC, but then after that, like, first console online stuff was on PS2 with SOCOM. But I really regret never having the opportunity to play Dreamcast online, because that would have been mind-blowing. I would have loved that. Playing games on my console online before the PS2 with SOCOM would have been... yeah, that would have been an experience. There were so many cool games, too, that you can play online. And thank you, Pushing Polygons. Ran across my channel a few weeks ago. Thank you for the Chili Beach streams on Saturday night. Oh. I appreciate that very much. Always nice to see YouTube pulling in new viewers. Thank you for the kind words. Hello, Dad, Mom. I've been alright. Dead Island or Dying Light. I haven't really played enough Dying Light to judge it. So, considering I've played the first Dead Island, I would choose Dead Island. Yeah, here's the bonus disc version. Anybody that has Ed, Edd n Eddy on PS2, be sure to check your copies. If it comes with the bonus disc, it pretty much doubles the price of the game. It goes from being about a $35, $40 game to nearly $100. It's a DVD that comes with a bonus episode of Ed, Edd n Eddy. Unreleased behind-the-scenes footage with the TV series actors, awesome interviews with the show creator, and more. I never really watched Ed, Edd n Eddy. But it's a PS2 era cel-shaded 3D platformer of some type. So that means I'm instantly interested in the game. I just wouldn't get the bonus DVD version. It seems like it's more for hardcore fans. If I can only play one console for the rest of my life, what would it be? It would have to be something that has a lot of games, but also a lot of RPGs. I feel like the obvious choice would be something modern, like currently, like something like the PS5. Because even with the PS5, there's just so many games on there, like retro games, indie games, newer games. You'd pretty much be set for life. But if I were to pick something just based off of the existing library, I feel like the PS1 or 2 would be one of the only ones that would keep me busy for a lifetime. Now, if we're including, like, so for the PS1, there's a ton of RPGs I'd play on there, Japanese games. So if I'm able to play the Japanese games too and use like translator on my phone or something, I would definitely pick PS1 because the amount of RPGs on the PS1 is just crazy. AO San Andreas. Wow. Because it has an AO sticker on it. I don't think I've ever seen something like that posted on eBay before. I'm not even sure they're allowed to sell that technically. I just don't think eBay cares. If that's real, that's actually kind of cool. That's a cool artifact, if you will. Rare white sticker version. Scandal of 2005. That is cool. I don't know if that's verifiable as legit, though, you know? I'd have to look into it. Sure, it probably is, but you never know. Was I a Nickelodeon kid or Cartoon Network? Well, I grew up with both. I mean, 90s Nickelodeon would probably edge out Cartoon Network, but man, it's like, how do you... That's like comparing the cool Toonami stuff. Cartoon Network for me was mostly Toonami, right, with all the anime stuff, and then Nickelodeon was all the cool 90s cartoon shows. I feel like they're pretty equal for me, honestly. I guess overall, as a network, I probably watched Nickelodeon more. Cartoon Network for me was mostly literally just Toonami. If it wasn't on Toonami, I probably wasn't watching it too much. Anybody want Bill Cosby's picture pages, numbers, and shapes? That is certainly a very creepy cover, especially given the history. Kids learn numbers and shapes with humorous Bill Cosby. It's like something that could have ended up on the CDI. Oh, and we got our first feet pics of the night. It's a fitting listing for it to go with, apparently. You had a copy of that? You had a copy of the AO version? What's up, Maniacal? I love how Maniacal introduces himself with a bit. It's certainly fitting. I'm gonna try and track down a copy of Coraline to read the book. Just not one that I have to pay $20 for. I'm sure there's a cheap one I can get on Amazon or something. But man, if you go to a bookstore, they ask a lot of money for a book that's only like 120 pages. Then that day, maybe one day I can play the game and see what the hell the big deal is. I'll be the expert. Suddenly I'll be like, oh man, I remember reading this part. Ghostbusters, the game remastered mini stand-up. I'm trying to picture how that would play? Or is it just a replica? That's gotta just be a replica, yeah. No, maybe it is a game. There's actually a game on this thing? No, I think it's just a... Yeah, it's just a display. Just a big power supply for such a little thing. Did I ever make a video about PS1 RPGs that are playable in English? No, I never made a video like that. But this year I do plan on playing some of my Japanese PS1 games. I need to do a test stream to see if my Japanese PS2 still works, because the last time I was playing it, it was showing signs of dying, freezing and stuff on games that had mint discs. So I'll do a test stream and see if it still functions right. But I do have plans to play my Japanese PS1 games this year. Especially now that like through the Google Lens and stuff like that, it's getting better now where if I set my phone up or something in front of the game, it can like do rough translations to the point where it'll be a lot of those games will be a lot more playable. But I used to fumble my way through them regardless, and a lot of them I made a ton of progress in. However, some of them are way more hard to play than others. Gold Star 3DO alive. Wow, it's a rare variant. I'm not even sure I've seen that before. That's a cool looking 3DO though. It actually looks like a console. You know how hard it is to find a 3DO that looks sort of like modernized? A lot of them are kind of ugly looking. My favorite was always a Gold Star, but that's certainly not this Gold Star, the other Gold Star. That is certainly a video game console looking 3DO, if that makes sense. There do exist software that can do something like that, Australian, but apparently it's more so for like emulator stuff. It's software that hooks up directly with like the ROM. I looked into it a little bit. I don't think it really has a good version yet for like a game capture that's piping it into OBS, because I looked into this actually not that long ago. Because the software that does that overlays itself over the window of the emulator, essentially. It doesn't really work that way with OBS, unfortunately. I don't think I've ever seen this box before. Man, who the heck's gonna pay $300 for this? Come on now. Let's get a little more fair here with our prices from Japan. Viva Pinata Cake Topper. Wow. That's actually kind of cool if you're a big fan of Viva Pinata. Just treat it as a figurine. It's pretty small though. I've still never really played Viva Pinata. I played the demo. I just remember not liking the demo. And that was that. I never went back to it. I'm sure today I'd actually really enjoy it. Wait, so a physical copy of Midnight Walk is really that desirable for a PAL version? $125? I'd highly advise not spending $125 on that game. You beat it in like 4 hours and there's basically no replay value. First, and potentially only D of the night. Let's see what we got this time. Long box PS1D laid out on a luxurious gray tablecloth. Mint looking discs. Manual's like a 9 out of 10. It's looking pretty good. Looks like one of the better specimens we've seen over the years. They tested it for you? Oh, they resurfaced the discs, that's why. Yeah. That's a little... Personally, I would rather have discs that have light scratching that haven't been resurfaced. Now you can see the inner ring on that one, how it's like, you can tell that one's been resurfaced for sure. As long as it's a good resurfacing. See, there is a physical of this game, but you gotta import it. I've been waiting for one to pop up that isn't in Japan, so I could just like buy it from someone in the US or something. Not sure that's gonna happen anytime soon. Hey, thanks Citrus. Appreciate that very much. Thanks for the Prime sub. How's my D? Well, I have the long box one. But then I also have the jewel case one. I don't think mine is mint. It was originally my grandpa's copy. So yes, I still have my grandpa's D. That's how I originally played it. Back in the day. That was a scary game. That was a scary game to play as a kid. Because you're playing D and you're like, you have no idea what's about to happen. I had no idea as a kid what D stood for. So like I'm going into that game not knowing what's going on. That was a creepy game. I never beat it. You ain't beating D as a kid, let me tell you. Like, that is not an easy game to beat. You would have to use a guide if you wanted to. But, I would just make it as far as I could. Mario RPG Yoshi plush. Very rare. Also one of my favorite representations of Yoshi as a plush. I don't know why they have the same picture 1,000 times. That's a little suspect. But if you can't tell, he looks like the Yoshi from the game Mario RPG. Okay, no, they must be faking it or something. Oh, that's interesting. Why are there so many of them? All the same pictures. Oh no. $774 shipping? Come on now. Oh boy. I don't know if I would trust that. That's highly suspect. Wow, just the power supply for the CDX, $150. I think that's how much I freaking paid for my CDX back in the day. That's so wild. No, I just played a little bit of a demo or something from Viva Pinata. It wasn't really my thing back in the day, from what I played. I guess it wasn't what I was expecting. If you order this, you're from Philippines, it's door-to-door delivery. Yeah, you never know, they might come drop it off for you. Mentioning what D stands for is a little bit of a spoiler for the game, which is why I don't like to mention it too much. Because there's still a lot of people that have yet to play with their D. And when they play it, knowing what D stands for is a little bit of a spoiler for the game. Man, it would have been awesome if every game from the MTV oddities, shows, and stuff got a freaking game. I would have killed for a game with the Max. There was one in development. It never finished. And whatever happened, there was supposed to be a Max movie coming out. I guess that got canceled. I remember reading that years ago. I mean, I'd love to stream it for October. I would. Question is, where would I be allowed to do it? I think this is too much for even kick. It doesn't have a rating. Oh, I think that's my original Crash plush. I think that's the first one I ever got out of a claw machine. Yeah, that's him. I believe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's him. Crash and Spyro. First plushes I got after my original Sonic plush. You gotta remember one thing. Back in the day, in 2001, right? It was really, really hard to get merchandise in plush form for video game characters. They were very uncommon. They just didn't really make them. Japan was a different story because of all their claw catcher. You know, they had a lot of that kind of stuff in Japan, but in the US, that's a different story. Thanks, Star Troppy. Thanks for the follow. All actors are over 18 says enough about that game. Yeah. I guess that's the hint, right? Wait, you get a calendar with crystal bears? Best of show for Nintendo Power. Oh, jeez. Wow, I didn't know that they had a version with a calendar. I guess because it's sealed, that makes it kind of rare. The calendar itself may not be that rare, but finding one still sealed with it might be. Every time I see this, it just reminds me of a trash bin. Ah, what an amazing ad for Okage. I remember seeing this in magazines before the game was like out. It's just such a cool idea. We don't get cool ads like this anymore. It's so creative. Shadow puppet for Stan. That's one of the most fun things to look through old gaming magazines. Is honestly the advertisements at this point. Just so much fun to look at those. I show this whenever I pass by it, just in case somebody watching has this. If you happen to have bought Pokemon Emerald back in the day and didn't know, if you bought this version with the cardboard box on the outside with the case, big money. Big money. It's a pretty awesome case. Even if you just have just the case, or even just the box, it's still worth a ton. Cyber Peep. These games always tend to be so expensive. Virtual babes speak to you live from cyberspace. Oh, they're speaking alright. Actually, I want to see, because of the Mario movie, I'm curious to see if I just search Mario Odyssey. What the hell is selling? What are people buying? Obviously, it's going to be a lot of Yoshi popcorn buckets and stuff. Did any of you get a poster when you went to go see the movie? Did you have to like be a Stubbs AMC Premiere member or something to get that? Did you have to pay like extra for some kind of service or ticket price to get the poster? Because I was a little like, I mean, at the end of the day, I didn't care, but the two people in front of me got posters. And then when I went up to like have my phone scanned, they didn't give me a poster. I was like, what the hell? Yeah, I went to IMAX. I didn't get one. Yeah, they would people in front of me, a group of 4 people. All 4 of them got posters, and then a group of 2 people, both of them got posters, and then I went up and didn't get one. I just figured like they paid extra for like one of those premium services at AMC or something, so I didn't think too much of it. At the end of the... No, they didn't have kids. No. Yeah, they didn't have kids. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't really care. I don't have a room for a poster like that anyway, but so it would have been cool to have. I'm gonna be really pissed if I see that poster on here for like $50 though. Then I'm gonna be mad. But I'll tell you one thing I'm not mad about. Oldham Maniacal gifting 5 gift subs. Thanks so much, Maniacal. Him and his crazy tradition now, apparently. Thank you so much. Thanks for spreading the emotes and the 0 ads for VODs for people. And thank you for the bits as well there. I'm glad you enjoy it. Thank you so much for your support as always. Would have had to ask. I saw it the day after it came out. Yeah, they were still giving it out. You don't get any free stuff for being on A-list, yeah. It's okay. I'm fine until I see the poster on here for tons of money. Then I'm gonna be mad. Wait, did I search Odyssey? Shoot, I meant to search Galaxy. Let's see what the movie has done to anything having to do with Mario Galaxy. So just a popcorn plastic bucket, $30. Okay. Should have been lenticular. $100 for the Rosalina and Mario amiibos. Pins for 25. Oh, I have that. That thing was always super common. The Mario Galaxy coin, still super cheap. There were so many of those made. Now, keep in mind, all these games that are selling here, April 4th, all these have sold today. Mario Galaxy 2 guide for 65. So there's a lot of people jumping into some Mario Galaxy right now. Our first Yoshi popcorn bucket. What did they actually charge for these things? The people near me actually had them. I didn't care about buying one, honestly. It does look like a cool statue, but it is kind of big. It's like having their room for that. I feel like I'd want something that's a little less mass-produced. You know? Like, if I'm gonna have a statue of that type, or like a figure of that size, I want it to be a little more unique. Because there's so many of these things. $80, $50. Wait, so if you bought it, okay, $50, but it comes with a large popcorn. That's still a lot of money. Plus, I wouldn't have ate the popcorn anyway. So, yeah. If I could have just bought the bucket, maybe. That's a lot. I saw pictures online of people, like, stockpiling the freaking popcorn buckets like it's a Pokemon card or something. So I guess these scalpers aren't making that much money at the end of the day. If they had to pay $60 for it with popcorn. Right? Level 2. Maniacal's always that solo train conductor. Thanks, Maniacal. Thank you for caring about the hype train levels. Always appreciate it. Hopefully me and you will get a good one this time. Last time they gave me a pretty good hype training emote. If any of you have resubs, by the way, it's always good to use your resubs during a hype train because they will give you the emote for contributing your resub. Sometimes the emotes are pretty cool, sometimes they're like whatever. Sometimes you get some cute ones. I'm surprised I haven't seen one of the posters. Makes me feel better. Makes me feel like I didn't miss out. I'm about to search it. Please be cheap. Please don't be expensive. Where is it? Wait, it wasn't that one. It was literally like a really long poster. Really long. Let me type in AMC. Thanks, Bovine. Thanks for the resub during the train. Thank you for the tier 2 as well. Always appreciate it, Bovine. There it is. Okay, I feel a little bit better. It's not like it's crazy. $15, $20. It's a cool poster, though. See if I can get one with a good shot of it. It's big. It's a big poster. So that's it there. It's actually kind of hard to find a poster with this aspect. Would I realistically hang that up? No. But it would have been a fun little souvenir. Alright, let's do affiliate. It's another short one this week. Sorry to all you affiliate lovers. March 22nd to 28th. Oh my god. Somebody bought Jenko jeans. Are you serious? They better be giant. Big. With huge pockets. The meme is no longer a dream. People are buying Jenko jeans. Like I told you, it's hard to fit that Switch in your pocket unless you have a pair of Jenko jeans. And I think that pocket's big enough. Oh my god, they're huge. Who the hell bought Jenko jeans? Reveal yourself. Oh my god, what the hell is happening in chat over here? Hold on a second. 20 gifted subs? Holy crap. The only thing bigger than this pair of Jenko jeans is Maniacal's sub-gifts in chat. That is crazy. Damn, Maniacal. And I'm looking through the people that got the hookup. The algorithm this time chose a ton of long-time viewers, so that's really cool. I always like to see when it hooks up people that have been a part of the channel for a while. Man, let me tell you, Maniacal is, I mean, certainly living up to his name. But also, I think we need to get Maniacal some bottles of water to go along with the wine for his eBay streams. Thanks, Maniacal. I really appreciate it. Thank you for help making my Saturday eBay streams a little more special. I used to have some Jenko jeans back in the day. I didn't have ones like this though. Oh, they even got the patina, that worn patina on the foot cuff. Twin cannons. Man, I would love to know who's buying Jenko jeans. Living like it's the 90s. It's actually not bad, because I'm sure it's still the same now as it was back in the day. But, like, the price of a Jenko jean would really depend on the decal. And that's a really clean, like, OG logo. Like, it's nothing obnoxious. It's just a very clean logo. So congrats to the Jenko jean buyer. Hopefully not the last one we'll see on Affiliate Review. And I hope your Nintendo Switch fits nice in the pocket. Don't forget, that's a good benefit. The new generation loves the 90s clothes. I have been noticing that baggy jeans like that are definitely coming back in style. They definitely are. You bought an arcade archive, so might as well make it $10. Thanks, Pat. Appreciate it. Which one did you buy? Thank you, Maniacal. Thank you for leveling it up. It's a good time to, if you're looking to get a very rare, it's not often that we get a hype train that is this high in level. They have exclusive emotes when you get hype trains that are this high in level. I think at minimum it's 100 bits or a resub is the easiest way to get it. Consequence, take them to the cleaners CD. Explicit? I love to read me a good explicit CD. Let's see what we got on this one. I love that the explicit CDs are back on the menu. Oh, I don't get to read the tracks for this one? That may be a good thing, though. Oh, hold up. Hold up. Here are the tracks. 23 tracks? Jeez. Alright. The tracks are Quent's is Family Intro. Super good. So Soulful. Yard to Yard. Doctor... Man, I could never get away with reading the tracks in these CDs. We gotta stop there. You can only make it so far before we gotta cut ourselves off. Dr. Sleep, paperback by Stephen King. Brand new Star Fox Zero and Star Fox Guard. Yeah, see, someone was like, you know what? I had better buy the Star Fox games that I want before the Mario Galaxy movie. Smart. Very smart. Star Fox Zero was you. Did you have that mindset, Noah? As soon as you saw the news hitting online, you're like, all right, let me get on eBay and buy it. PlayStation 3 controller, non-working for $6. It's pretty good if you can get it working. Metal Slug Tactics for PS5, sealed, $35. Forgot that game even came out. Heard the Mario Galaxy music is trash. No, it's pretty fun. It's fine. Wii red model, $45. It's actually pretty cheap for a Wii. CVS sugar-free up. The nicotine lozenge is back. Cherry flavor. Paper Mario N64 box and cartridge for $160. It's about right for Paper Mario without the manual. And the ship sails on from Criterion. Never heard of it. Phantasy Star Online PC Japanese big box with an unsealed mousepad. That's kind of cool. Dan just slipping in to get his free hype train emote with the Prime. Dan with the casual 128-month resub, by the way. I'm the reason you started Dark Cloud. So far, a great game. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's never a bad time to play some Dark Cloud. There's the mouse pad. Alright, let's see what emote they gave me. Well, sometimes you get a good one and sometimes you don't. That's a chance you take. Final Fantasy Tactics War of the Lions for PSP for $15. And Lord of Arcana. Slayer Edition. Was there actually a different edition? Or were all of them Slayer Edition? I wasn't the wow, okay, I've never seen Slayer Edition. Oh, maybe because it's a PAL release. Yeah, we didn't get something like that here. That's kind of cool. I wasn't the biggest fan of this game. But I feel like if I played it now, I'd probably be way more into it these days. This is back when I used to get copies of games to review from Square Enix, but they always ended up sending me like the most bullshit games. This game was so bad at the time, I said I'm better off not even reviewing it, because I had nothing kind to say about Lord of Arcana. I was like, man, I don't want to be reviewing these games if all they're gonna send me are games like this. And yeah, that's how you put a stop to it. Just don't review it. But I feel like I'd enjoy this though if I played it now. Anyway, thanks to everybody that used the affiliates for the week of the 22nd to 28th. Purchase of the week is definitely the Jenko jeans. For sure. Hopefully they pick up a pair every month or so. I expect to start seeing The huge ones. We gotta do a quick search. Yeah, I expect to see this by the end of the year. I mean, this one you can pretty much fit a Steam Deck in. See what the most expensive ones are. Look at these ones. The mammoths. Look at those pockets. You can fit a freaking PS5 in that one. Portable PS5. Here, these are my favorite ones right here. I think these are the craziest ones. Oh my god. 20-inch per leg. I'm pretty sure like you can fit 2 entire bodies in each pant leg. Listen, if you ever get into like serial killing, you gotta like dump the body or something, you might want to invest in a pair of Buddha Jenko jeans, because you know, you just hand in that one, leg in that one, just take it down to the beach, dump it, go back. Leg, arm, might be able to get the torso in there. No one would ever know. Yeah, you thought the ones they bought with my affiliate link were crazy. No, there's way crazier ones out there, as you can see. And people are paying, look at this, $1,500, $1,100, $1,000 for some of these. Let's see what the decal is on this one. I love how the pockets on this one are like halfway down the freaking pants. Prices on these are definitely going up. For sure. They weren't this expensive the last time we looked at these. Most of them were a bit cheaper, like overall average. These pants are nostalgic in a way, though. I mean, that was what people were wearing back in the 90s. Just took them a long time to come back. What's the one speedrun that I've done that I'm most proud of? Says Embalmed. Thank you, Embalmed. Appreciate that. Embalmed always asks such thought-provoking questions. They're always fun. I need to remind myself real quick again what ones I've done since I've been out of the speedrun scene for a bit. I was always very proud of my eco speedrun. My time for that is still very respectable. Honestly, I might say the core gang. Because I did all the glitch hunting. I did like 95% of the glitch hunting and routing for this game. And every single level has a glitch or a skip. Every level. And there's like 35 levels. I did so much routing for that game. I was always very proud of it. I was also very proud of Outrun 2. My speedrun for that. I got that very, very optimized on the manual or the automatic transmission. Sonic R, of course, I was always very proud of. I mean, heck, my time is still almost 7 years later, still in top 10. And that's with old strats. That can be improved. Irritating Stick. I was always proud of that one. Honestly, though, lately it might be my individual level run for Snowboard Kids. Because that time is almost, I mean, in my opinion, it's almost unbeatable. Is it beatable? Yes, but you'd have to get so lucky. Wait, what the hell? Hold on. They finally separated the leaderboards for Dark Cloud. Wait, hold on. What is this? Any percent glitchless PSN? No way. They finally separated it? Oh my god, they did. My discussion, they finally separated it. I'm a moderator for this, but you know, I only have so much say. They finally separated it. So I technically have the world record in Dark Cloud on PS4. Wherever the heck it is. Hold on. PSN glitchless. Yeah, because I'm the only one that has a run on PS4 glitchless. Yeah, so you remember when I was streaming Dark Cloud not that long ago? And how I was like, we came to this revelation after all these years that like, using the PS4/PS5 controller is way more difficult for the speed up bonus because there's more directions than like the PS2 controllers. They finally decided to separate the boards because of that. Man, it's about time. I've been wanting them to do that for so long. Sadly, though, I'm no longer on here with everybody else, and now I'll have to do a PS2 run at some point so I can get on there. But, I mean, at least they... Let's see. Yeah, they just did it March 3rd. Wait, they created a load remover? What the hell? Oh, an emulator leaderboard change, okay. This is all news to me. I'm just looking at this real quick. Alright, I don't care about the emulator runs. Leaderboard change. Oh, they did it in February. Okay, let's see. PS4, PS5, PS3 Japanese only have been separated. This is because these versions have different advantages and disadvantages. Yeah, I've been saying that for over 7 years. I'm just glad they finally did it. The PS4 version loads 1 second faster per dungeon floor transition and Atlas collection, which is true. And half a second per chest, which adds up to a lot of time being the run. It also has a more difficult time achieving the diagonal run than the PS2 due to the PS4 and PS5's more complex analog stick. Which, yeah, like, so that kind of cancels it out because the diagonal running, you do that for, like, the entire game. So you're losing a ton of time because of that. Instead of operating on the assumption that the slower run speed evens out the loading times, we have decided to separate the categories. Yeah, they used to assume that. They decided to separate the categories into a guaranteed even playing field between the consoles. Finally. Category town percent has been renamed to any percent broken dagger. Yep. Okay, cool. Well, I was just scrolling and I'm like, wait, why do I have a world record in Dark Cloud? That would explain it. Yeah, I would say the thing I'm most proud of currently is my Snowboard Kids world record run for Rookie Mountain. No. Someone beat it? Oh my god, they freaking beat it. I jinxed it. That's fine, they can keep it. I'm never going back to that. I had my fun. I'm still very proud of it. Let's see what time they got. Yeah, just barely. Congrats to them, though. They were probably grinding like crazy because I called them out. I'm like, this is unbeatable. And this person's like, yeah, let me do it. Grab turning? Excuse me? Hold on, is there some new tech? What is grab turning? This person's claiming a ton. Wait a minute, hold up. What the hell? There's new tech in Snowboard Kids? This person's claiming all world records that have stood for years. What the heck is grab turning? I'm gonna have to look into this. Grab turning. What the heck is this? Grab turning? I mean, he did a grab at the start of the track. What? He didn't even go for the... Maybe that's slower. He stumbles at the finish line. Okay, interesting. Well, congrats to him. That's still a crazy track. I'm gonna have to look into what he means by grab turning, though. Interesting. Grab the wall. No, I'm not going back. I'm not going back. It's too much. Yeah, this person's claiming a ton of records, which is cool. I mean, it's just cool to see more activity in Snowboard Kids. 7 days ago and 6 days ago. Cool. I'm still proud of my run of that. But I'd say overall probably my speedrun for the core gang. Yeah, core gang. Because I put so much time in the glitch hunting that game. Did I stumble at the finish line? Hold on. I gotta look at my run. Is that how he saved time? I don't think I stumble at the finish line. I'm just checking this real quick. You can't beat that shit. It's... Well, no, apparently you can. I don't stumble at the finish line. Oh my... Yeah, I'm popping off on that run. I don't stumble at the finish line. That's how he freaking saved the time. Oh my god. No, don't make me return to Snowboard Kids. Yeah, I didn't even think to stumble at the finish line. Oh my god. Because technically, like, my route through that was pretty perfect. That would explain why he was able to save a few more frames. Because he stumbles through the... When you stumble, you do gain a little bit of momentum. Like, across the finish line. Yeah, because the stumble, like, you're going so fast during the stumble that it kind of pushes you a little bit further than your normal, like, coasting along on the board would. But you have to time it just right. That's what he means by grab turning. Because if you grab and turn, it makes you stumble. That's what he meant by that. Damn. All because I didn't stumble over the finish line, he beat my time. Yeah, I still don't want to go back. Yeah, that grind was crazy. I don't think I want to go through that again. Wait, is the price for Gale of Darkness finally coming down a little bit? It might be. Because this was certainly more than $200 not too long ago. Like, if you wanted a copy that came with the inserts, it was like close to 250, 300. So maybe now finally prices on this are coming down a little bit because of the Switch 2 version. I got a haircut weeks ago, yeah. But thank you. I will see. I mean, when I start streaming N64 again on the analog, maybe I'll get back in the mood for it. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me, rapid fire. A Disney annual pass? Man, it's gotta be pricey, no? Considering how much one visit is there. Well, maybe not the passes themselves. Favorite original Xbox game? I don't think anything will come close to Morrowind for me. Morrowind is originally why I got, like, I read in the one of the magazines I had, but it was probably official Xbox magazine. But I remember reading about Morrowind, and I'm like, that's it. It's time to get Xbox. I don't think anything will come close to my experience playing Morrowind for the first time. See, look, here's a Dreamcast Online game. How cool would it have been to play Bomberman Online on your Dreamcast? I wish I had the ability to play it back then. Probably 4 players, right? Is this game worth playing at all if you don't play it online? Is there anything about this version of Bomberman that makes it stand out? If you were to play it single player now? Oh, did I miss a resub? Oh shit, I didn't even realize, because there was so many notifications going off during that hype train. I thought they were all just from the gifted subs. Thank you, Chill Will. Thank you for the 55 months, and thank you, Wargly, for the 20. Didn't even... I just thought they were part of the sub gifting for Maniacal. Yeah, Morrowind was pretty complex back then. It was unlike anything... If you were just used to playing console games, playing Morrowind was pretty different. Right? Because it was like you were playing a PC RPG at that point. We weren't used to PC RPGs. Remember, everybody was very confused about the whole, like, missing even though you're hitting right on the enemy because of the accuracy. You give your wife the collector bug, she wants to collect Disney stuff. Yeah, that's a deep, dark hole to go down. Just don't get her into the pins. The pins are apparently like a whole nother monster. change the playlist. Actually, no, we'll keep this one on. It's all different songs. We haven't heard these. Something different. Favorite theme park? Well, these days probably Universal, but I haven't been back there since they redid everything. Six Flags I haven't been to in a very long time. I think I'm getting too old for something like Six Flags. I feel like I'd be walking out of there with like back pain like crazy with those rides. And motion sickness. I feel like I'm more susceptible to motion sickness now. Reading only Twitch comments. No, I read everything. It's just that there haven't been YouTube comments. I'm scrolling up here. There haven't been YouTube comments. Do I have any advice for getting backwards? Oh, sorry, nerdy. That's a YouTube comment. I can't read it. No, I'm just kidding. Do I have any advice for getting a backwards compatible PS3? I've been looking for one on eBay. I would only buy one that says that it's been cleaned and tested from a very reputable seller that sells a lot of consoles that maybe even repaired it in some way. Because backwards compatible PS3s at this point, they're breaking a lot. So if you're just buying from some random person, I'd be a little cautious about that. Make sure that it's tested, functioning. Yeah, if I were buying a backwards compatible PS3, personally, I would only buy it from somebody that specializes in selling consoles. And mentions that they've taken measures to test it appropriately and maybe clean it and refurbish it and all that kind of stuff. Backwards compatible PS3s are kind of frail. In person where you can return it. Yeah, that's probably your best option if you got a local shop where you know they have like a warranty on it or something. 1 year warranty maybe. It's a risky console to buy, I'm not gonna lie. Your Mortal Kombat Goro controller got delayed from limited run games. That's limited run games for you. There's not much I can say to ease the burn on that. Other than, I'm sure it'll get there eventually within the next couple years. They apparently have new management, if that means anything. Maybe you'll get a PS2. Well, you're better... If you were buying a backwards compatible PS3 specifically to play PS2 games on it, you are much better off buying a non-backwards compatible PS3 and then just get yourself a fat PS2. That's the best way to do it. Wait, Ghost Rider on Game Boy Advance, $180? Excuse me? Really? Thanks, Hyper Spiky. Thanks for the sticker. A little hippo. I like that one. Doesn't look like that bad of a game. I'm just gonna double check the price on this. That seems high for that. We'll see. And thank you, Jabbers. Jabbers with the 118 months. Thanks for such a long resub, Jabbers. Why a fat PS2? No, Slims are way less reliable. My Slims have been breaking like crazy. You want a fat, it's way more reliable. I'm never buying a Slim PS2 ever again, unless it's like a crazy deal. Fat's only from now on. Fats are a little worse at reading blue discs, but they're just so much more reliable for not breaking. Wow, $25 to $30 just for the cart for Ghost Rider. Interesting. So a complete copy being $180 is probably not that far off, because there have been none that have sold. So just something to keep in mind if you ever see that game. More pricey than you'd expect. Yeah, the problem with the Slim is, though, eventually it'll just stop reading all discs. If you use it a lot. Right? Look at how much I stream my PS2. Dead. Both of my Slim PS2s died. My Japanese one is pretty much on the way to being dead as well. I'm done with Slims. Done with them. Wow, is Dark Arena really only $40? I feel like that would be more expensive, since it's one of those first-person games. Just double check that. I guess it probably is like the most common, highly printed one. Let's just make sure, though. Yeah. It's not too pricey. But it's also not super common. There's only like a handful of US complete copies on eBay. Played this a long time ago. I really don't remember what I thought of it. Didn't get too far in it though. Seems reasonable though, however, for this condition. I'll link this. Oh, it's Power Up Video Games. Yeah, they tend to have very fair prices on their games. Most of the time. It's a good seller. They've sold almost 500,000 things, so I'd hope by then they're pretty good at selling on eBay. Hello, Stevie. Oh, thanks, Raz. Yeah, I try and pick music that matches the vibes and matches my voice. Whenever the next eBay stream falls on like April Fool's Day, I should do an eBay stream with like the heaviest music you can possibly find for video games. That'll be a fun one. I miss the days where I used to be able to listen to licensed music on stream and there were no repercussions back in the Justin TV days. And even early Twitch days. You can listen to like whatever the heck you wanted. Licensed, like, you know, just regular old music and nothing would happen. When I used to stream Team Fortress 2, I used to listen to all my power metal and stuff. Check sold games. I think we've looked at the first dozen or so pages here. Wow, 140 for Breath of Fire 3. Oh, did you see that Breath of Fire 4? They finally released it on Steam. That's kind of cool. I feel like I'd still probably just play it on PlayStation though, honestly. But now it's on Steam, it's always nice. Upgraded graphics too on there. So everything that we're looking at here has sold tonight as I've been doing the stream. Just in case you're wondering here. A lot of people buying Mario Galaxy, not surprising. Yeah, the price of Dead Aim has gone up. That's for sure. If you bought my PS2, PS1 mystery bags a couple years ago, I think I put like 1 or 2 copies of this in some of the mystery bags when it was valued around like $50 or $60. Congrats, it's doubled in price. Need for Speed Most Wanted. Keeps going up. Keeps going up. It's the best version on console. $130 for that now. I'm honestly not even sure anymore. Destroya. It's hard to keep track these days because everything just goes up like crazy. I mean, I'm sure Kuon is up there now that that's like a $2,000 game, which is just ridiculous. But it's honestly, it's probably just some random import game that I haven't been keeping track of in recent years. On like Saturn or something like that, or Super Famicom. No, I have no plans for that, Blizzard. I mean, I'm always open to it, but you know, I think a lot of us just kind of do our own thing these days. But thank you for the super chat. I think collabs only work really when you're like meeting up in person, but I don't really travel much as I used to anymore. I'm sure if I found myself down on the West Coast at a game convention though, I'm sure something would happen. It's a lot easier to do that kind of stuff that way in person. Yeah, it makes sense, quest of today. Analog stuff is no joke, like it's super... It's convenient, it looks amazing. It is a good replacement, that's for sure. I'm not allergic to anything that I'm aware of, but you know, as you get older, you build allergies that you didn't have when you were younger. Breath of Fire 4 sold for $120 on the day, or like a day or two after they announced the PC version. This is a very hard game to get. For years I tried getting a complete copy of this before it like blew up in price because I knew how hard it was to get. I wasn't able to ever get one, and now it's kind of too far gone for drone racers. Really cool graphics on this one, though. It's one of those ones that uses sort of like almost N64 3D looking backgrounds. Really cool effect. Do you plan on seeing the Mario movie, Nick Rammer? I feel like you should see it and then make up your mind what you think about it. Bubsy 3D for $60. Wow. Bubsy 3D going up a little bit. Rightfully so. Game deserves it. Best 3D platformer ever. On the PS1 that stars a bobcat in that category specifically. Oh yes, told you guys to get your copies of X-Men Origins Wolverine for the longest time, and now look what's happened. $125 for the PS3 version. I wonder what's happened to the 360 version. That one's probably still a little cheaper. Wow, $150 for this Danny Phantom game? This is a shoot 'em up game, by the way. I just didn't think it would be going for $150. I don't know, there's so many factors that would go into that mysterious. It's too hard to like just say this is what I would like the most I'd spend on a game. Really depends on so many things. How long I've wanted it, how much I want to play it, how much value I'll get out of playing it. Yeah, if you feel like you've played all the shoot 'em ups, I think this is the shoot 'em up. Or is this a beat 'em up one? If there's only one Danny Phantom game on Game Boy Advance, then it's the shoot 'em up. And the Ship Sails is an Italian film. Did you buy that, Amberg? Or are you just familiar with the movie? native Game Boy game I streamed. I'm not sure what the last Game Boy stream, like original Game Boy. Probably when I was in the mood to play like Trip World or something. I could swear there was a Game Boy Advance one that was a shoot 'em up though. Okay, $60 for the X-Men game. Let me see. Yeah, there's 2 of them. I think this is the shoot 'em up. Yeah, this is the shoot 'em up. I got them mixed up. Urban Jungle is the shoot 'em up. You can actually see it here. Actually looks pretty cool. All they do now at Sonic Figures is just take the same figure and repackage it over and over and over and just change the box. It's so crazy. That's actually all they do. Right, like these figures here, the 30th anniversary ones and stuff, 35th. They just take the same figure and just repurpose it over and over. So I will say the 35th anniversary box, I like it. I like the green accents they do. Hypersonic custom figure. Looks like a zombie. What in the world? They want $500 for that? Any takers? So let me know. I'll give you the link. You know how expensive Mad World would be if it didn't have a huge print run from Sega? I think Mad World would actually end up being one of the most expensive Wii games if it was actually somewhat uncommon or rare, but it's really common. I would say if Mad World was actually rare, it would probably be a $200+ game easy. Sometimes we gotta be thankful for the amazing games that are on the Wii that are actually common and super cheap. Because you could still build up a pretty respectable Wii collection of amazing games affordably. What was my favorite food in Japan? Oh, it was definitely takoyaki. That's pretty much... I ate so much takoyaki because in the US, it was almost non-existent at the time. Now it's becoming more of a fad, so you can find it a little bit easier, especially depending where you live. But yeah, when I was there, I tried every chance I had to get takoyaki. I got takoyaki. The best ones were always the cheapest ones, like the street food style. The worst ones were the ones that you get in a restaurant. It's also super overpriced in the US. Takoyaki is ridiculously overpriced as like this luxury food. It's a cheap street food. Like you would spend literally $2 or $3 in Japan on like 8 pieces. You come here, it's like all right, $10 for 6 small pieces. It's just stupid. It's actually a ripoff. Is it chewy? Yeah, it depends. You know, spending a little bit of extra time in the grill that they make it in can definitely like make it a little more chewy. Or the octopus is very chewy. The dough on the outside, it's supposed to be very like light, crispy on the outside, and then very gooey on the inside. You'll also probably burn your mouth. You definitely gotta like let it cool down if it's freshly made. Very bad for you though. Very, very bad to eat. I'm actually surprised that complete and box copies of Golden Sun are still, let's just say, obtainable, right? Like, that game must have had a really high print run. Because for how good Golden Sun is and how much of a reputation it has, you would feel that this game would be way more expensive. But it's for a complete Game Boy Advance RPG, it's pretty... It's not as bad as it could be, let's just say. Oh, thank you, Pokerface. Yeah, I can see YouTube is recommending it out to some new people tonight. So thank you for joining us. Yeah, if they're recommending it out to new people, I might as well just mention, if you are in my eBay stream for the first time, I do my eBay streams every Saturday night. Every Saturday we do these streams. Otherwise, I do video game streams throughout the week. But if you're here just for eBay, that's every Saturday. Sometimes it gets delayed to a Sunday, and very rarely it gets delayed to a weekday. Can't remember. Pokemon Ranger is the one where you draw circles, right? Also known as ruin your screen. I feel like if I ever stream these games, I wouldn't do it on my capture card modded 3DS. I'd literally just get like a broken down, like not great condition DS and just stream it with a webcam. That way if I scratch the screen, I don't care. And then I can use that for all my other like DS games that I wouldn't want to destroy my screen with. Like Pokemon Dash, I could finally play Pokemon Dash. Because that's another game where you just scratch your screen to play it. Well, that's kind of hit or miss with games going to Switch Online. Sometimes it has an effect, sometimes it has no effect. Golden Sun's been... It's not like Golden Sun was more expensive and then became less expensive. It's always kind of been pretty cheap, no matter what. I just think it had a very high print run. Would getting a screen protector help? I still wouldn't trust it. Still wouldn't trust a screen protector. That's a lot of wear to do to your screen, regardless. People are paying over $30 ship for Sonic 06 Platinum Hits version. One of these days I still gotta go back and do all the content in that I never did. I got so obsessed with just like speedrunning Sonic's campaign, I ignored a lot of the other stuff in that game. That'll be fun. I'll look forward to that. Play some of the other stuff. Like Silver and Shadow and stuff, and the final scenario. You have a decent collection of games, but wondering what games will appreciate in value. Well, probably most things. It really depends on the console, it depends on the genre, and specifically the games. So honestly, I'd have to break it down for you by, like, seeing the games in your collection. And more so, like, what types of games you collect. If you're collecting games that are, like, RPGs, platformers, games that are... pretty much the most general way I can put it for you. If you have games that are exclusive for the said console that you have, and if they're even remotely uncommon, there's a good chance that, you know, it'll never go down in price, at least. You can't play online with Fire Red on Switch 2. It's local only. Mag, yeah, Mag will forever be cheap. Because there's really no single player campaign with that game. Can't really play it. Which is sad. Some people were asking about Yakuza earlier. Well, there's Yakuza 2, $30. It's about right. They kind of keep the price of those at bay with all their re-releases. Those games also had a lot of reprints over the years, don't forget. They used to be more until they got reprinted. Originally. You're gonna get into PS1 long box collecting. That's a fun little sub-collection to go for. A lot of long box games are actually not too expensive. The hardest part is getting them shipped to you without the hinges breaking. You gotta be very careful who you buy long box games from on eBay. They need to be shipping them appropriately. Especially if they're in the plastic hinge boxes, or the plastic, like the dark plastic, black plastic. Here, let me do a search for it. I'll show you what I mean. There's one that you don't really gotta worry about, the cardboard one, but there's like practically 3 or 4 variants of long box. 2 of them are very, very delicate, and one of them you really don't want to break because they're very hard to replace. So I think this is the one that's like the most safe version, and also the Darkstalkers box. Ones that are cardboard that, let me see. Oh no, wait, this one. Yeah, this is the one that is the worst. You do not want this one to break. See how it has the plastic, but it's like a hinge, the dark plastic? Very delicate. If this breaks, these are very hard to get replacements for. At least the other ones, you're able to find like replacements fairly easily for them. But these ones, way more difficult, because the box is proprietary to that box, if it makes sense. Right, so like the back of this, the decal is literally stuck to the box. And then this here, the cover is literally the box that is attached to the hinge. There's no manual that like slips in and makes the cover. So you really got to be careful when you're buying these. You want to make sure that you ask the seller to ship it in a box. Because some people will ship it in an envelope. A bubble envelope. So if you're buying those, make sure you request a box. Let's see, is this... What box variant is this? Okay, this is... Okay, that's another hinge one. I'm trying to remember what one has the safe box. Let's see this one, maybe. Okay, this is the safe one, because this is the cardboard box variant. My least favorite version. But you see how, like, even here, you can see the cardboard. So the whole box is one piece. These ones are fine, like even if they ship in an envelope, they might get a little dented, but you can see how they kind of like construct them. They're the cheapest looking boxes. And then you have these ones. If these break, it's like whatever. Getting a replacement box is not too bad. It's just these hinge ones that are like with the art on the hinge. Because once it breaks, the only way you're going to get that replaced is to literally get the same box for the same game. No box for D here. You have Silent Hill with case and cover. It's a good one to have. Oh, it's worth. Even if you have the greatest hits, it's still worth a lot of money. If you have the black label, it's like $250, $300. If you're going for a complete long box collection, that's going to be very difficult because of a couple of games in particular, especially Starblade Alpha. That's really the one game that's really going to hold you back. Everything else, though, is not too bad. Starblade Alpha, though, will run you quite a bit of money. It's just because it's incredibly rare. If anything, they go up Blizzard. That's like the rules for game collecting. Yeah, I recommend long box collecting for PS1 because most of the games that are on long box are actually pretty darn good games. And most of the games, they're really reasonably priced. You can get a nice little long box collection going. With the exception of, you know, avoiding certain things like Resident Evil or Psychic Detective and stuff like that. Jumping Flash to some degree. But you can see, I mean, this even In the Hunt isn't that bad. It's the jewel case version that's a lot of money. It's not terrible. Not terrible out there in long box land. See what ones people are spending the most on. Hello, Hubs. Any rare games that are good and still affordable? I'm sure there are. But that you're not gonna really find games that are super rare and still affordable on certain consoles. Like, you're not gonna find that on Super Nintendo or NES. Like, the stuff that's truly rare, you gotta look into the more obscure consoles. Anything Nintendo, forget about it. In the Hunt, that's factory sealed. Sealed, we don't want to see sealed. Yeah, see, the only long box games that'll really hold you back, Psychic Detective, Resident Evil, Starblade Alpha is a huge one. Kingsfield, Jumping Flash. D, not so much. You can get D for like $80. It's not too terrible. If you're patient. Ignore all these higher priced ones. I know it's like, it's going up a little bit, but you could still get it much cheaper if you're patient. Gotta wait for that back alley deal, you know what I mean? Hold out. Yeah, no cardboard. PAL Saturn Games had the cardboard stuff, I believe. It's always good to do a refresher. That's why I love looking at sold listings every week, because it kind of, you know, it helps keep you up to date. You'll see things that you're like, oh wow, that game went up, or oh wow, that game's coming down in price. That's why I think it's one of the more important segments that we do on the eBay streams. Like, it actually looks like Blue Dragon and Lost Odyssey might be coming down in price a little bit. Or at least they're not trending upwards like they were for a little bit. That's a little bit cheaper than Half-Life has been recently. Lately, Half-Life on PS2 has been selling for almost $100, so a $74 copy is actually coming down a bit. Hey, thanks, Sneed. Good to see you. Thank you for that super chat. Appreciate that again. They gave away Lost Odyssey like 10 years ago. Oh, did they really? Or were they handing out digital copies for free or something? How did they decide how to get rid of it? Like, how are they giving it out? I don't remember that. It was just on the store and the website. What's a console we can search? I don't think we've... Have we done a 360 search recently? You have a graded copy of Lost Odyssey? Well, we won't blame you if you were boozed up. Normally we'd crucify you for buying a graded game. But hey, if it was a good price though, you know, whatever makes you happy. I really look forward to replaying Lords of Shadow one day. I loved that game. The only thing I didn't like about it was I thought it was a little too long. Towards the end of the game, I thought it was kind of like overstaying its welcome a little bit, but otherwise I really enjoyed that game. I think I'm really gonna like it on revisiting it. So I crave those kind of games these days. That's like the perfect 360 era action game. Sir's Wrath, another great one. That's just such a replayable game. I don't know what it is about it. It shouldn't be a very replayable game, but the way I look at Asura's Wrath, it's like watching an interactive movie. So, you know, do you rewatch movies? Yeah. Well, you'll probably like Asura's Wrath then, playing it more than once. Even though the full game isn't on the disc. Kind of silly. You played Lords of Shadow for October. Did it hold up for you? You still enjoyed it, right? Was it your first time playing it? I never played the sequel. Yeah, I never did Lords of Shadow 2. It was your first time playing it? Yeah. Yeah, it's a great game. Great music, great visuals, nice hack and slash. Cool throwbacks to original Castlevania here and there. Another big regret I have is never playing Chrome Hounds while you still could. Never got to really experience that game. I hear amazing things about it though from the people that used to play it. Vampire Rain. It'll get its moment again. I'll probably try the PS3 version. Wow. Midnight Club games are getting a little pricey. Someone wants $33 for Platinum Hits version of that. I don't think I ever played the sequel to Ghostly Adventures. I played the first one on Wii U and actually kind of enjoyed it. I never played the sequel. I heard it wasn't quite as good. First one is great though. It's a nice classic 3D platformer. I don't know if any of you played the sequel. Oh, a racing game lot. I love my theme lots. It has split second in it too. $14 shipping, so it's like a little more than $10 a game. It's probably not the best deal, but it's got some cool games in there. Thanks, Leviathan. Oh, Levitation Bell. Sorry, almost looked like Leviathan to me. Thank you very much for the resub, and Lurkin's completely fine. Appreciate the lurk resub. Yeah, right now is a good time to be buying 360 games. I feel like a lot of these games are some of their lowest prices in a long time. And you never know what event may cause it to go up again in the future. Even, yeah, Infernal. This game was like $200 complete. Now, this one doesn't have the manual, but during the 360 apocalypse, as I like to call it, when they were closing down the store, this was one of the most expensive games to get your hands on. It is a actually rare game on 360. It is definitely one of the rarest North American 360 games. Trip history. Gotta give equal attention, you know? $100 for Shattered Dimensions. That's one of the most expensive PS3 games. That one doesn't even have the manual. I haven't played most of those Spider-Man games. Actually, I haven't played most Spider-Man games, period. Especially now at the prices of a lot of them, I'm kind of just like, I think I'm alright. I think I'm good. Just keep the ones I got. But once you go past the PS1, I don't have most of the Spider-Man games. This is probably still one of my most wanted PS3 games. Lost Dimension. I avoided this game when it first came out because the reviews were not very kind to this game. But now that I like look into how this game actually plays, I think it sounds so fascinating. There are traitors in your midst. So essentially, here, I mean the back of the box tells you, every person counts in battle as you place teammates to benefit and shield each other and manage their defense and berserk. Create bonds with your teammates and use your psychic talent of vision and rifle through their minds to find the traitors. Traitors are randomly determined, so no two playthroughs would be the same. So it's like this long RPG where when you start the game up, it randomly decides who in your group is a traitor. Isn't that so cool? And you don't know who they are. It's just such a cool idea. Maybe flawed, but like I'm super interested in playing this game sometime. Even if I don't beat it, like I just want to play it for a while just to like see what it's all about, see how it works. This is a sealed copy, of course. It's also on the Vita, but I would get the PS3 version. Yeah, Among Us, PS3 edition. Knight's Contract. That was a fun game. I enjoyed this a lot more than the way I look at games like this, I think I like them and enjoy them more now than I would have when they came out. Because now these are the kind of action games I look for. Back then we didn't know how good we had it. But now it's like, this is exactly what I look for in an action game. Fun hack and slash style. I don't recommend Magus, though. Not for the price it goes for. Unless you specifically seek out terrible games. That are not so bad they're good. I mean, it's just a bad game. I beat it, trust me. I love bad games. It's not a good bad game. I also think I'd really like playing the Dynasty Warriors Gundam games. When these were coming out, I think a lot of us were facing Dynasty Warriors fatigue. But now that I've taken so long off from playing these kind of games, I really think I'd enjoy these. Especially with the Gundam team. They aren't great. Well, they might be great, though, if it's been... Like, I haven't played a Dynasty Warriors game in, like, a decade. Maybe longer. So something like that. I mean, when you're revisiting it for the first time in a while, easier to look past the flaws and just have some fun with it, you know? You've never played a non-Zelda Dynasty Warriors game? It's been a very long time since I played any Dynasty Warriors stuff. The one that I did play back in the day that I remember really liking was that Basura game, or whatever it was called, on PS3. I forget the exact name of it. But that was a super fun Dynasty Warriors game. There's some pretty fun Dynasty Warriors PS2 games that only came out in Europe as well. I don't know if you're like into that kind of stuff. No, it was like Basra. I forget the exact name. What the heck was it? Someone knows what game I'm talking about. Sengoku Basara, yeah. Sengoku Basara. Yeah, if you're looking for a Dynasty Warriors game that's not Dynasty Warriors specifically, this one's pretty good. It's also pretty cheap. But at the end of the day, it feels very much like Dynasty Warriors. Man, what are the names of the ones on PAL PS2? There's a few of them that are pretty fun. I can't remember off the top of my head though. Demon something. Yeah, they're kind of obscure. Demon. Yeah, I'd have to like check my collection. I can't remember the names of all these. Demon Chaos, I think, was one of them. Yeah, this one was okay. But yeah, there's a lot of these like PAL PS2 games that are Dynasty Warrior-esque that we never got in the US. 65,000 enemies on screen at once. Yeah, this one was kind of ridiculous. This one did have a ton of enemies on screen. It's not joking. This is a kind of a fun, over-the-top one. Yeah, the 99 Nights. Not quite on 99 Nights 1 million troops level. I gotta replay 99 Nights. I haven't played that since it came out. I rented it. I remember not really caring for it, I'm gonna be honest, and then I never played the sequel. Yeah, happy Easter, Ethan. I guess it is ticked over midnight now, right? You wish Muso games didn't take so long to finish? I agree. I'd be completely into playing more Muso-style games if you can, like, bang them out in, like, a dozen hours or something and they weren't some huge commitment. Uncharted Waters Online. Well, we definitely never got this game. So Japan got some online ship battle game? That looks kind of cool. Oh, Uncharted. Wow, they got a new Uncharted Waters game? Are you serious? Damn. I never knew that. That's an old series. And it's also got water damage, fittingly. Yeah, it took me a moment. I'm like, Uncharted Waters, that sounds so familiar. And then I remembered. Huh. Had it, but unplayable? Yeah, I can imagine. Especially because it looks MMO-esque. Target in Sight. Is Target in Sight Crossfire? I love Crossfire so much. That game, I really wish it had better frame rate. Yeah, I think targeted. So yeah, that's Crossfire. Crossfire to me is probably the most fun I've had playing a Gundam game besides Gundam Versus. It's such a great, brutal, like slow. The best way that I like to. Well, let me find you the US cover so you know what the heck what I'm talking about. I really want to do another playthrough of this game at some point. The only thing that holds it back is the frame rate is just terrible. The price is also going up. I'm just saying. This used to be like a $15 to $20 game. It's now apparently people want $30 to $40. There's a copy here for $25. So there's still some cheaper ones out there, but people are starting to ask more for it. So the best way that I can summarize this game, it got absolutely slammed in reviews. This was a launch game for PS3. I'm really disappointed I didn't at least rent it. But it really got slammed in the reviews because the frame rate, for those of you that may recall, was... I mean, it was an embarrassment. Below 10 frames a second at times. Really, really bad. But the gameplay, I loved it. It's like the Godzilla game on PS4, where if you're like a hardcore fan of Godzilla, it's like the closest thing to a real Godzilla simulator that you're ever going to play. This is one of those kind of Gundam games where the movement is very slow, very deliberate. When you're dashing around in this game, like, it's a more realistic dash speed. It's not like one of the more modern Gundam games where you're just like zipping around like crazy. You take, you know, when you're using beam rifles and stuff, or beam swords, you're chopping off limbs, so you can cut off like arms. I can't remember if you can cut off legs and stuff, but there's, you know, I think you can even chop off heads. But it's one of those very slow, deliberate, clunky, but clunky in a way that feels right with a Gundam game, if that makes sense. I really liked it. And then it had this whole aspect with like this war kind of sub game where you like send your different mobile suits out to like different sectors with like the strategic map UI. It's hard to describe. I haven't played it in so long, but it's a pretty involved game with very epic battles where they get in that sort of like, they're using like movie style soundtrack, so it's not like the typical happy-go-lucky like Gundam anime music. They're using like very dark, symphonic, epic style music from what I call as well. So like you really get into these battles. At least I did. I enjoyed it. I really like, and I'm not a huge Gundam person. Like, I like Gundam and everything, but even I got into it. And if I got into it, that means that people that are really in the Gundam, I think, can appreciate it, because it's the kind of Gundam game where a lot of people have passed on it because of the reviews, but I don't think you should pass on it. Yeah, you just got to get past the frame rate. I'm not joking when I say the frame rate is really, really bad. It's kind of distracting, but it is what it is. It was very unoptimized. It's also a very dark game. It's not very colorful. It's got a lot of grays and like olive greens and browns. So it's like a very... The best way I can describe it, it's like if 8th MS Team had a game, which it may very well in Japan, I'm sure it does. But if 8th MS Team had a game, Crossfire is probably the closest thing you would find to it. I tried the new Armored Core game. Yeah, it was good. It had some good weight to it. And then I went online, and I remember I was very excited to play online with that game, but I really did not like the online. But the single player stuff is good. The online was just too chaotic, too crazy, too hectic. This is probably not playable, right? Or is it a... Oh, it's like a... Oh. It's like a Mario Party kind of game? Mini games? Maybe it is playable. Never played a game with Toro. Did you sell it during the right time, Swiss? Like, did you sell it during the peak PS3 prices? The hell is that? Oh, it's a knee. Okay. I'm looking at this. I'm like, what am I looking at? A hairy knee. Because, you know, who needs a table or just literally anything else to take your picture on top of? No, he's got a table here. Guess sometimes he just feels like taking a picture on his knee. It's been a long time since we've looked up NES complete. See what's going on in the world of NES. Alright, but before we do that, because I hate looking at graded stuff. Graded PSA, WADA, BGA, also get rid of sealed. Just eliminated like 1,300 results at least. Wow. Oh, 5-screw. Yeah, I don't get into the 5-screw stuff. I was gonna say, that's a lot of money for a cassette pick. Oh no, we found feet. There was feet earlier. A couple plants. I didn't stop on them though. I wonder if Rob is going to go up in price at all. You know why. Do I have complete box NES games? I do. I don't really have that big of a collection, though. A long time ago, I decided to sell pretty much all of my loose NES games and convert what I made from that into only buying complete. Just because I just enjoy a super curated NES collection. So it kind of like slows down my buying for NES, so I pick them up very sparingly. Cliffhanger's expensive. I hear these games are not very good. I think I have the Sega CD one. Have you ever played Wally? I played the PS2 Wally. It's a good game. Why? I just enjoy it more. Sometimes I enjoy like slowly building a collection rather than like ramping up a huge collection. Sometimes I like the slow process rather than the fast process. It just means that I appreciate the games that I buy more if I get them more sparingly. It means I gotta really, like, you know, take my time to really pick out games I want to play. Kiwi Craze? What? I don't think I've ever heard of that. Oh, it's New Zealand story, it looks like. Is that the little bird from New Zealand story? I don't think I've ever really looked at Kiwi Craze. I love the cover. That is a wacky looking cover. I like it. Bird-brained adventure. Huh. Is it any good? I don't think I've ever seen gameplay for that. Ghoul School. It's probably one of my most wanted NES games. I love the freaking cover on this game so much. It'd be a good horror month game. I have looked into this game though, and it is apparently extremely hard to play if you're not using a guide, if I remember right. You know, like most NES games sometimes. Depends on the game. Nightmare on Elm Street. I still haven't played Nightmare on Elm Street or Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th looks extremely hard to play if you don't know what the heck you're doing. I tried watching someone play that. I'm like, man, how would you... You'd have to look up how to play this game. Gemfire is a game I've always been interested in, but I feel like I just play the Super Nintendo one or the Genesis one. I've always been fascinated by Gemfire. It just looks like the kind of game that would be so boring. It's just mostly menus and math. I've always wanted to try the Godzilla game too. I love the cover for this. It just looks so cool. Firehawk. It's pretty cheap. Cool cover. Oh, it's got a star punch in it. Wow. Some pretty decent looking graphics for NES. Look at that screenshot. Any of you play Firehawk? The star is defaulted on the box, so everybody has that. Yeah, I've heard good things about Gemfire. Rampart. I'm a Rampart fan. You know the first version of Rampart that I ever really played? Game Boy Color. It was one of my earliest Game Boy Color games. I actually really liked it. It was pretty good on Game Boy Color. This has got to be one of the, like, I feel like every time you see an NES slot on eBay, it always has Captain Skyhawk. Seriously, that's got to be one of the most common games on the console. You see it every time. That and Bayou Billy. Every time. Watch. I'm gonna type in NES slot. I'm gonna pick the first slot that looks like it has a decent amount of games. NES slot. Let's find one with right here. Top Gun. Sky Captain, close enough but not the right one. Okay, not in that one. Let's see. This one. No, this one seems themed around, like, Mario games. Well, that's impressive, going 2 lots without seeing it. I feel like every lot always has one of those games. See, now they're trying to prove me wrong. But you know what I'm talking about. I feel like every time I look at a lot, I see it. Of course. Yeah, of course when I say it, I'm never... You'll see, I'm going to keep my eye out in the future streams. You'll see what I'm talking about. Well, silent service, yeah, that's another... That's another... Yeah, there it is, see? You thought we were going to go an eBay stream without that moment happening, right? Where I mention a game and then immediately after we see it? Well, it just happened. Yeah, silent service. Everywhere. Heroes of the Lance. I haven't played any of these D&D games on NES. Such a cool box though, man. It's awesome. I wonder how this is. It's actually pretty cheap for complete in box NES. Oh, Solstice. I've always wanted to play this. This is the cool isometric game, right? I feel it. Yeah, I really want to play Solstice. I think if I buy another NES game, it's going to be Solstice. This game just looks so cool. It's got that like fake 3D isometric that I love. I've always been a sucker for that kind of stuff. And thankfully it looks very cheap. Air Fortress. I played a lot of this when I was younger. Great music, super catchy. It's like a little bit of, I don't know, I don't want to say Metroid, but it's got some shoot 'em up elements in there, and you're like jumping around and like floating around. It's a very floaty, like air jetpack kind of jump, if I remember right. Equinox, yeah, both of them I want to try. Is this game any good? Anybody ever play Bigfoot? Bigfoot is good. What's the NES game where you're half in a car, half on foot? Oh, Blaster Master? Yeah, they made, there's a couple of Blaster Master games. Don't forget there's also one on the Game Boy Color. And then Genesis. I'm not very well versed in Blaster Master games. I did play the one that they released on, what was it, a PS4 game? Blaster Master, what the heck was the name of it? Yeah, I played the PS4 Blaster Master, which was pretty good. Yeah, Blaster Master 0. Hello, Jonas. No, we didn't find anything crazy this stream. I linked a few things, decent deals. Yeah, I've played Kickmaster. Kickmaster is very difficult, very hard game. And I actually used to really like Fester's Quest. I played that game a lot as a kid. I know it has a bad rap these days, but I liked it. I really enjoyed that. Even though I never beat it, never knew what the heck I was doing, I would just wander around, but it was fun. In the history of the channel, have I found any huge come-ups? On eBay streams? Oh, we used to find stuff like crazy back in the day. I've been doing these eBay streams for a very, very long time. 8 or 9 years at this point. I used to find insane... Like, I used to find deals where I would post a link in chat and it would be sold in like 2 seconds. Don't really get deals like that anymore. There's just so much competition on eBay these days. My eBay streams are honestly... It's just like a gathering point to talk about games at this point. If we find a deal, it is what it is, but, you know, we don't expect it. Very complex art on this game. Busy. Ooh, anime cutscenes. Forget what that game's supposed to be like. You sell games on eBay? How long you been selling? Ooh, one of the early Square games before they were Square Soft. This was one of my earliest NES games I bought. I honestly barely remember the game. I'm gonna be honest. Cool cover though. Let's level it up to Super Nintendo. A complete copy of Draken. Man, people sleep on Draken. Such a cool game. The fact that you can still get this complete for under $50 shipped is crazy. People just, they must just look at this game and assume it's not good because it's cheap. But man, it'll surprise the hell out of you. First of all, this game has amazing music. The mode 7 is awesome when you like traverse the overworld map. And the way that your characters pop out onto the screen when you get into a battle, I think it's just such a cool effect. I'm gonna link the seller in case somebody's like actually interested in Draken. I think that's pretty reasonable for the condition. And I highly recommend it. It's a very cool game. Very different. Oh yeah, it's very cutthroat out there for sure. No Skylander search yet, no. I do it occasionally, not all the time. We typically always see Skylanders, our daily eBay reminders about how much those things are going for. Somehow. Still pricey. My God. I want a good I want a new Where's Waldo game with today's crazy graphics. I mean, and by crazy graphics, I mean, let's get a hidden through time Where's Waldo. I want one where the algorithm makes it so that he's never in the same spot, like every time he spawns, it's in a new spot. That's the kind of Where's Waldo game I want. That would be so much fun. I never played a Beethoven game. Yeah, VR city search Where's Waldo. I'm telling you, it would be great. Actually, looks pretty colorful. I wasn't as big of a fan as the first Beethoven. Beethoven's second, though, that was like one of my favorite childhood movies. Freaking loved that movie. Back when they'd make movies with animals with real animals, right? Instead of just CG stuff. It's still very obvious when animals are made with CG today. It's still not there. Here's a Draken for $36, $8 shipping. So it's actually a little more expensive this way with the shipping, I think. Or actually, no, it's about the same. Super Sun Faded Evo. Still need a manual for Evo. I could have gotten them over the years. Some of them for pretty good prices too, but I just never pulled the trigger. Oh, Firepower. I think this was a pretty good game. Firepower 2000. Sunsoft. Yeah, anything Sunsoft. Just like an auto buy, you know it's going to be good. Most of the time. Look at that peacock effect. They're standing up the posters for that maximum effect. The registration card. Ooh. Now you can't be charging $1,300 with the manual being all crinkly like that. Gotta be mint for that kind of price. Hello, Default. The dog was called Beethoven because your aunt and uncle once had a beagle named Fidelio. I believe you, Emberg. What do I think of the Kingdom Hearts series? You don't want to know what I think of the Kingdom Hearts series. I don't know, I'll let you know when I finally play more than half of the first game. Whenever that day comes. I just can never get through the first game. Frost coming in with the raid. Thanks, Frost. Hope you guys had a good stream. Kingdom Hearts gameplay does not hold up in 2026. Yeah, I've been told that. But everybody says Everybody says the second one is worth getting to. It's just getting past the first one is brutal. 7 Mansions on Dreamcast. I don't think I'm familiar with that one. Is that an import or something? Yeah, what kind of game is that? Survival horror? Okay, pretty cool. Wonder, do you think it's playable without it being in English? Damn, already Lightfoot $1,000. This game was always really hard to get. I remember seeing this at Portland Retro Gaming Expo like a decade ago. Complete in box copy, I think it was like 200, and I'm like, I just can't. That's too much. And now look at it. I really like the way that looks. Like I said, I'm just such a sucker for isometric like that in older games. Man, Arcana is still also, I think, a good price for what it is in terms of a Super Nintendo RPG. Some of the most catchy battle music you're ever gonna hear. The only problem with Arcana is it's a very straightforward dungeon crawler. Almost no story whatsoever. But if you like dungeon crawlers that are sort of like Etrian Odyssey, like in that style, in terms of like you're just in a dungeon grinding through a maze, this is like one of the closest things you'll find on Super Nintendo. It pretty much sounds like Kirby music too, because it's from HAL, same composer. So it literally sounds like you're listening to Kirby for the battle music, but it's really good. I used to have this. I sold it years ago. I forget what I got for it. Oh, actually, that's right. I traded this at a convention. Yeah, for like one of the really expensive boots there. This seller is always at conventions I go to, and I forget how much credit I got for trading it in, but I definitely didn't get ripped off, that's for sure. I think the way that I did it was I traded it for a game, I don't remember what it was, that he would have had a very hard time selling. And Super Nintendo at the time was very hot. Like, no matter what Super Nintendo, no matter what you had, it's gonna sell. Oh, look, see, here's Uncharted Waters. So this is that PS3 game we saw earlier. The Japanese one. This is one of the games for it. I've looked into this. I think I would hate this game. Like, seriously. I feel like I'd be miserable trying to play this. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I'd like it. It's a very ambitious game. Hey, what's up, Reggie? Thanks for popping in. Yeah, we're alive streaming all the time, multi-streaming on YouTube these days. But now that you've made it in, the algorithm will be like, oh, let's let them know that he's streaming. But good to see you. Yeah, I'm very aware that apparently later Kingdom Hearts games are very much better than the first game. That first game is a hurdle though, boy. It's a tough one. Was I streaming and then stopped for 30 minutes? No, that might have been on your end. I believe, let me double check. Oh, I mean, maybe. I have 5,800 drop frames. It's possible my internet thing went down for a little bit and you got disconnected, but it wouldn't have dropped my stream for a half an hour. Man, it pains me to see you on Squadron for $200 because I remember always being on the fence, almost buying that game all the time in the past when it was like a $40 game. I just thought it would be cheap forever. And when I say 40, I mean it was like a $30, $40 game complete. Thomas the Tank Engine. I wonder if this one's better or the Genesis version. Graphic-wise, it looks like this one's much better. How old are you? 8 or older. Yep. Man, I'm shocked by how much Street Fighter 2 is. That's crazy. You would think that game would be so common. $200 for this version. Well, if you did Super Nintendo, we gotta do Genesis. Hello, OTC. I'm doing alright. Wait, let's search complete. I did complete for Super Nintendo. That'll weed out a lot of these sports games. Comic Zone is amazing. I just wish it was a little easier. I feel like that would be one of my favorite Genesis games if it was, you know, not so brutal. The Ooze, now that's a hard game. It's known as like one of the hardest Genesis games. I played that on, I believe, Sega Channel. I didn't play it long. The game was hard. I either played it on Sega Channel or rented it, but I'm almost certain it was Sega Channel. Oh well. This is pretty rare. You don't see these often. Babbage's Price. No, they tore off the price. The Virtua Fighter training pack, which I believe was like with a t-shirt or something silly. That's it? You're gonna charge $3,500 and that's the picture we get? Come on now. Gotta do better than that. PAL games. I can't, I don't know anything about PAL prices. Underline. Such a cool game. Really hard, though. Why would you be charging $200 for a reproduction? Come on. A poor reproduction at that. That's definitely one of the hardest Genesis games I've played, though. I don't think I ever got past, like, the 3rd stage. I don't understand why this person's charging $200 for cheap reproductions that you can easily buy for, like, 30, 40 bucks. I don't know. I'm not really sure sometimes. Elemental Master. For the longest time, I thought that from, like, if you look at it really quickly, I always thought that this hand was his flowing hair. Right? If you look at it from a distance, like, really quickly, it kind of... I always thought it was his hair. So what do you think it is about Genesis? How would I sum up the games for Genesis in a nutshell? I think a lot of times what makes... Well, I grew up with the Genesis, so for me it's what I grew up with. But I think a lot of times what sets the Genesis apart from me is honestly the music. It just really pulls off that grungy metal soundtrack. A lot of times, like, better than the Super Nintendo ever could. So for certain games, I mean, the music really adds a certain heaviness to the atmosphere of these games. This is a perfect example right here. Maz and Saga of Mutant Fighter, one of my favorites from my childhood. Freaking love this game. One of the best mashups of, like, a fighting game and a beat 'em up. And it's got, like, the sound effects. Oh my god. So you go into these kaiju modes in this game where you know, like Ultraman kind of, where you, like, get big and you fight monsters. But the heaviness and the sound effects of the weapons clashing and hitting the armor, it's just got that twangy Genesis sound that you can only find on the Genesis, and it just works so well. Hello, Yoimin. Appreciate that. Thanks for the resub. No crazy finds tonight. I linked a few things earlier, but, you know, just a typical eBay stream in terms of the deals. Not a typical eBay stream in terms of... Well, I guess it is typical at this point, with Maniacal gifting out tons of subs. And also embalmed with his usual generous super chats. But yeah, it's been a fun stream so far. Yeah. I mean, you'll always pick sides, right? I think whatever one you grew up with, if you grew up a Genesis kid, you're always going to side with the Genesis. If you grew up with the Super Nintendo, you're probably also just going to side with the Super Nintendo. I don't think most kids had both at the same time. I got the Super Nintendo later on. I bought the Super Nintendo when it was still being sold new in stores, but when they started bundling it with Yoshi's Island, if that puts it in perspective, with the Model 2. That's when I got my Super Nintendo. I was able to play it at a friend's house, but I didn't own one until that bundle came out. Rings of Power. Man, talk about a game. Talk about a really involved game. This is a no joke game. Oh wow, Naughty Dog. Holy crap. I didn't even realize. Humble beginnings, I guess. I was really into this game when I was younger too. I had a plush for it and everything. I thought he was going to be like the next greatest mascot. It was a decent platformer, but I bet you if I went to play it now, I probably wouldn't think very highly of it. The all-time great. I loved Balls. I still love Balls. I was so thankful when I got this game as a kid. Because I got this when it was brand new. This was like, I'm not even joking, I'm pretty sure this was like a $60, maybe even a $70 game. You know how expensive this game was when it came out? I freaking loved it. People hate this game. It's really not that bad. It's fun. It's silly. The sound effects are ridiculous. I love the 3D effect, though. Like I said, growing up, I was so into games that faked a 3D effect, and Balls did a really good job of doing that. Yeah, this game gets so much undeserved hate. Because, you know, I would see screenshots of it in the magazines, and I was like, wow, it's gotta look so good in motion. Thanks, Hobbs. Appreciate that. Thanks for the prime. Thank you for the 89 months. Yeah, the 3DO version adds like an extra character or two, but I think the 3DO version like upped the difficulty or something. I had a really hard time playing that. Does this just win for like the most colorful box art on the Sega Genesis? It's got it, right? I don't think anything is beating that cover in terms of vibrance. Jeez. It's another favorite of mine, Two Crude Dudes. These are like reproduction carts or something here. It's an interesting idea. So this person must take busted, non-working gaming stuff, deconstruct it, and then put it in a shadow box, and then sell it for hundreds of dollars. That's different, I'll give them that. I think for that price, though, they should do a little bit of a better job printing out better quality logo inserts. I'm curious to see if somebody has bought this from them. It's a cool gift idea, but man, that's kind of pricey for what it is for some of these things. A disassembled PS2 FAT. They certainly got an interesting little niche here. How do I hate it when they display it like this. I used to be able to easily find like what's sold from them. I gotta get it into a list format. So I get the menu on the side. I don't even know how you do that on here. I can do it on mobile. Yeah, I don't... I think I gotta... Wait, hold on. Yeah, I think you go into the item. Sellers, other items... No, it keeps putting me into the store category. I can't see what they've sold. Check the feedback. Doesn't really look like they sell any of them. That's a lot of work to never sell them. Alright, Maniacal. Thank you again. Really, really appreciate that. You have a good one. Get some sleep. See you next week. Yeah, they go through all that work making these shadow box things, but it doesn't look like they ever sold them. That's kind of sad. I think they just got to drop the price a little bit. I mean, is it really that hard to dissect the console and then like just stick it in there with some glue or whatever? I feel like the work doesn't really match the price they're charging for that. I think the idea is alright, especially if you're doing it for things that are non-working. I just don't think their price is what it should be for something like that. Yeah, because it's a cool gift idea, for sure. Yeah, I would pretty much take the price of like what... Of course they're probably buying those things in a non-working, non-functional kind of price. So I would take like whatever they pay for that thing in the non-working form and then charge maybe like 20% more for the work. And, well, whatever the materials cost, plus the 20% additional for the labor. I feel like that would probably be fair. Calm down there, cowboy. Gotta ease up on the spam, otherwise we gotta put you in timeout. You know they're coming out with a new Truxton game? I forget what it's called. But there's a new one coming out. Looks pretty cool, actually. I think a lot of people forget that there's a Truxton 2, Tatsujin O. It's a very difficult game, but cool. Great music. The Marty version's like really hard to play because the screen is zoomed in. Hello, Chopped. There we go. Thank you, Honda. Appreciate it. I've always wanted to get experts. It's one of those like so bad, it looks so good. That CG cover always looks so terrible to me, but like there's something about it I love. And the anime, like the sprites in that game are also that sort of fake 3D sprite effect. You know what I'm talking about? That game always looks so bad. Well, yeah, without the people here chatting, it would be monotonous. We pretty much treat eBay streams like a chat room. The games that we see just facilitate the discussions is the best way to think about it. Four and a half out of 5. They were very proud of that 4.5. PC big boxes are actually pretty valued by collectors. It really depends on the game, though. I've seen tons of PC big boxes go for huge money. The problem is the barrier to entry is pretty high for PC gaming, like for older PC stuff, because if you don't have an older PC setup ready to run that stuff, the compatibility is a pain. That's why I don't get into it, really. There's a lot of hoops you gotta jump through. Bowman says the main problem is that the only collectible parts are the box and printed bits inside, whereas the game itself is usually low value. Yeah, Bovan's correct. Yeah, a lot of times if you find just the disc, it usually doesn't go for much. It's just literally the box and the crap that comes inside of it that people want. And a lot of times people just want it to have it. I don't think a lot of people are buying big box PC games to actually play them. I think it's more of a art piece kind of thing, right? Like the boxes and the stuff that comes inside of them is the thing that they like to collect. Now, don't get me wrong, there are definitely people out there with setups to play that stuff, but I think a lot of times it's more so just like the cool factor of it. Oh, thanks, Honda. $1 for every year. Listen, that's I still appreciate it very much. $1 a year sounds very fair to me. Thanks, Honda. Appreciate it. If you think of it this way, you know, all the years of watching ads on my YouTube channel, it probably adds up to be like $1 a year anyway, right? So you pretty much just gave me 10 years of ad revenue. So if you think of it that way, it's actually a ton. Because if you think about it, one person, I don't know, like what, I don't know how many times someone would have to watch a video to make like a penny. I don't know. I never really looked into it that heavy. But $10, if you look at it from the perspective of like over time, my guess would be if somebody watched every one of my videos over the course of 10 years, the ad revenue is probably like, I don't know, $10? I have no idea. Never actually thought about that. Because there's no set number. You don't really know like what one person, one view gets. They don't really break it down like that. It's interesting to think about though. Thanks, Coolio. Thank you for the follow on Kick, getting us a little closer. Now you're one of the cool kids. And look at that, you got your name, the shortened version of it. Well, oh, okay, YouTube Premium. You know the premium viewers still contribute to ad though, right? Like ad revenue. For those of you that don't know. If you have premium, and your premium skips ads, the creator still gets paid for the ads that you skipped. Yeah, I can't do YouTube without premium. Once you go premium, there's no going back. It's night and day. Night and day. I'm pretty sure it's equal. There's like they break it down. Like there's when they show you how much you earn from ads from like a stream or a video, like they'll tell you premium revenue and then ad revenue. So yeah, having premium I think is pretty much on par with watching the ads. They're pretty fair with the premium stuff for video creators. Yeah, Maniacal's out. He'll be back next week. But I'm glad you got one, Tommy. Do you think YouTube Premium members give more? Oh, they might. Watch wherever is most convenient for you, Atlantis. They both support in their different ways. Like honestly on Twitch, the concurrent viewers do matter because that's actually what they base sponsorships and stuff off of. So the more people that watch on Twitch, the better sponsorship offers I get. So if everybody like bails from Twitch and watches on YouTube instead, then that does affect me negatively. But I just tell people watch wherever is convenient for you. Like if you prefer the chat experience on Twitch because of the emotes and all that stuff, that's usually, you know, it's usually a reason people stay on there. Do you lose money if you use ad blocker? Well, I don't run ads yet. Like I always say, I feel like I'm, you know, like the movie Last Man on Earth. I feel like I'm the last man on Twitch that doesn't run freaking ads. The only ads you'll see are like the pre-rolls. There's no midstream ads. But yes, the streamer will be affected if you use ad blockers. But for me, it doesn't matter. Do I collect Switch games? I do not consider myself a Switch collector, no. I don't consider myself a collector of any of the more modern consoles. In terms of, like, I don't go out of my way to... I pretty much just buy what I want to stream. I don't really, like, go back and look at, like, oh... what Switch games did I miss out on, like, years ago? Or what PS5 games did I miss out on over the years? Like, I pretty much just buy what comes out when it comes out, kind of thing. So for me, the more modern consoles are more of, like, active playing rather than collecting, retroactively collecting. That may change in the future. I just also don't really... Switch games feel... I just hate how hollow those things feel. Cases, no manuals, little tiny carts in a hollow empty shell. All the spines are red and look the same. I'd much rather collect for the things that bring me more enjoyment. I don't mind, like, if there's something I want to play, I'll get it, but I'm not, like, actively looking for Switch games, if that makes sense. If there's something where I'm like, man, I really want to play the new Pokemon Snap game that I never got around to playing, yeah, I'll go pick it up. But I don't really say that I collect the newer consoles. Collecting modern games is soulless to you, nothing special about it. I feel very similar. You know, at the end of the day, I want to play the games and own them physically, but I don't get enjoyment out of physical games as much as I used to now. For the newer consoles, to be clear. I will always go out of my way to get physical if it makes sense. If it's something where the load times are, like, if it's something that maybe, I know there's going to be a lot of loading, other performance is better digitally, or there's, like, a problem with the physical version of it, or the physical's, like, so expensive compared to the digital. I'll always try and get physical, but there are exceptions where I'll get digital instead. Like, if it's something I want to speedrun, potentially, then I might get digital because the load times will matter in that instance. Because Switch carts are, Switch 1 especially, the load times can be terrible compared to digital. Really bad. Yeah, I beat Crow Country. I think it was 2 Octobers ago. I don't think it was last year. I think it was the year before. I can't even remember. But yeah, I played it and beat it recently, in the last year or two. Really enjoyed it. I'll tell you the one thing that you're gonna really enjoy with that game that I really liked. The sense of finding items in that game is amazing. Because it's not one of those games where the items are very obviously laid out in the game world, where it's like flashing and shining, or even like the placement of the items in particular. They're done in very natural, sort of inconspicuous ways, meaning you might find a healing item or handgun bullets like tucked away in a corner between like a vending machine and like a desk or something, where you gotta like turn the camera and just peek in there just the right way to find it. I love that kind of stuff. So every time you find items in Crow Country, you feel extremely rewarded. So it feels like that survival aspect is actually in the forefront when you play that game, because of how they handle finding items. You'll see what I mean when you play it. I mean, come on, I know it's eco, but $120? Even I'll say that's crazy. Let's calm down here a little bit, Susie Carolyn. What price variant we got on this? $14.99. They're tearing off the stickers. Don't do it. Wait, they got it in a dark cloud case. It's an eco in a dark cloud case. Wait, there's an eco sticker on the front, but then on the back, it's on a dark cloud case. Got the Wombo combo. Hello? Yeah, I never really minded the stickers too much. If anything, they're cool to have now, because now you can look back and see what the game once sold for, what you bought it for. I think it's a cool little piece of the history of the game. I do wish they were a little smaller. Surprised Gungrave Overdose is still so cheap. Great game. I still haven't played the second one, but the first game is amazing. It's definitely one of my new favorite PS2 games. It's just a perfect length. Turn your brain off and just shoot stuff kind of game. I think the slowdown actually helps Gungrave. The lag and the slowdown makes it feel even cooler. I played the game without ever seeing the show, and I loved it. Gungrave Gore. I played it when it first came out. It had some issues. They patched the issues that I had with the game, so I've been meaning to revisit it. Yeah, I think there was a VR game. I don't know if that ever came to fruition, but there was, like, at least a VR game in development. BMX XXX. Coming soon to a not Twitch or YouTube stream near you. Can't stream it. There, at least. That'll be on Kick. And wherever else I can stream it. Let's do one more. Hello, Dills. Nothing too crazy tonight. There's a sequel called Gungrave Gore Blood Heat coming out at some point. I doubt that. I don't think Gungrave Gore sold all that well. Oh, this is actually not a bad deal if these are complete. Because as we found out a few eBay streams ago, Dark Cloud 2 now, it's like 40 bucks, sometimes a little more. So, well, I guess, in a way, I guess this is kind of on par, $60 shipped. But reasonable. Reasonable for both games, Black Label. We got some other PS2 lots. Have I played Playboy the Mansion? Yes. Playboy is not banned, though. There's definitely some interesting grinding that goes on in Playboy in terms of, you know, both types in that game. It's a pretty bad game. Yeah, I'd only recommend that game to the people that really like the PS2 Sims games. It's not a very good game. Here's the link. Oh no. What the heck? I've been logged out from Kick. They heard me saying I was going to stream BMX XXX and logged me out. Unfortunately, the Kick chat is down. Sorry to the kickers. Hey, what's up, Dylan? The Dylan from my old video. I have no idea who that is, Dylan. No idea. Yeah, never a good sound when you hear that Windows sound. Is that what they call them? Kickers? No. It just sounds cool, though. What else are you going to call them? could still see the chat. It's just it disconnected from my multi-chat. That's all it is. I could still see the chat if I look over on Kick itself. I appreciate it. Thank you, Dylan. Simpsons Hit and Run Black Label is getting up there. Still never played that game. I can't remember if I ever got around to getting a copy of that. I might have it sitting around somewhere. Then again, I don't think I did because it would be in the PS2 roulette. I don't think that was in the roulette. No, it's just someone trying to capitalize. The game's been going up in price. It's just someone trying to push the envelope. I've seen some sellers. I've seen a new strat on eBay. I saw this one seller that would literally take whatever the price of a game is and double it. Charge it, buy it now. So say a game is normally $50, they charge $100. And then they do a discount where they'll, you know how like sellers can discount their store by like 20%. So then they'll discount it to make it look like it's cheaper, if that makes sense. Such a lame strategy. Still want to look into getting a copy of this driving emotion type S game. That Squaresoft racing game that we found a couple streams ago. It actually looked pretty nice. It's cheap, common, not hard to get. My Series X is probably gonna break soon. I probably wouldn't even know until I go to play something backwards compatible or something, I guess. I'm glad I got a lot of these titles before their prices got out of hand. I think about it all the time, honestly. As I scroll through here and look at these, I'm like, I just remember the price I paid. It makes me sad, though, thinking about what I could have got some of the games for that I never got a chance to pick up, but I'm definitely thankful for what I did buy while I could. Battle for Bikini Bottom is a good platformer. I loved Battle for Bikini Bottom. I didn't play it originally. I played the rehydrated version. Huge fan of it. Huge fan. It's definitely one of the best 3D platformers out there. I don't disagree with that sentiment after playing it. Have any of you played Robopon? Oh, there's no game for this? Jeez. This was one of those, like, peak, let's copy Pokemon kind of games at the time. Pokemon likes. Oh geez, I searched Game Boy Color without filtering Pokemon. Here we go. Speaking of Pokemon likes. Pokemon Jade and Pokemon Diamond. They freaking put the, what is it, the deer god or whatever from freaking Princess Mononoke on the cover. I love this. I don't know what the hell that thing is. Looks like it's from like Magi Nation or something. My god, it looks so fake. I love the packaging on it. Look at how they did the abbreviation of Pokemon. They did POK''E Mon. Like it's not, you know, it's supposed to be over the E, but it's like Pokemon. This is great. That's a great bootleg. I wonder what they changed. Like they copy and pasted the freaking deer god onto the screenshot. That's so good. And they got him in the game. I'm so curious, like, what you get on the cart if you buy this. It probably don't even work. These are amazing. Pokemon Go Go. Oh look, Pokemon, the sequel to Pokemon Go. Pokemon Go Go. Chemco. Pokemon from Chemco. This is one of the best bootlegs I've ever seen. This is great. You've finally been granted your Pokemon trainer's license. Now it's time to heed out to become the world's great. This can't be for real. This has to be on purpose, right? There's no way. It's time to heed out. Or actually, it's fime. It's fime to heed out to become the world's greatest Pokemon trainer. It's going to take all you've got to collect 150 Pokemon in this enormous world. Catch and Terrin monsters like the shockingly cute Pikachu. Face off against Blastoise's torrential water Anons. Stand strong when facing Pidgeot's stormy gust. Trade with friends and watch over your Pokemon evolve important. No single Pokemon can win it all. You can develop the ultimate Pokemon strategy to defeat the 8 gym leaders and become the greatest Pokemon master of all time. That's the longest run-on sentence I've ever seen. Collect up to 100... Wait, hold on. 139. Oh, okay, you gotta get the other version to get the rest of them. Collect up to 139 different Pokemon playing the red version using... Wait, red version? I thought this is Pokemon Go-Go. Using the game link cable sold separately. Trade with a friend who has the blue version to capture all 150. You'll need to use both versions. See, now I think they're actually just copy and pasting the red and blue text, because this one has no typos. Look at the Nintendo trademark logo. It's so good. I really want to believe that this is an honest effort at a bootleg and not something that was made bootlegged on purpose, you know what I mean? God, that's so tempting, but you know that. You know it's not gonna work if you like try and pop that in. I wonder where these screenshots are stolen from. Now they're not even talking about Pokemon anymore. This is just like random gibberish of some other game. Monster World. Oh, they're showing it. Found it. Oh my god. What is that? That's gotta be like just a completely different game. Like a real game, just a different one. It's freaking Kirby. I think Pokemon Jade is Kirby. This has got to be a purposely fake bootleg. Gargamel has smurfed them again. It was haunting night with a full moon when Gargamel cast an evil spell over the Smurf village. So now it's a Smurf game. What the hell? You are my nightmare. I found just a fancy carrot. Man, this is crazy. Sadly, though, with these kind of bootlegs, they usually don't work if you just pop them into like a Game Boy Player or Analog Pocket or something. Usually. That's why they're using them on a Game Boy Advance. It's a hack of Keitai Denju Telefang for Pokemon Jade and Diamonds. Pokemon Go-Go is a ROM hack of the Smurfs 3. I believe these are the Chinese versions of the bootlegs. These are all English translated. Batteries not working. These games do not save. Well, that's certainly a fun listing. I saw the first trailer for Backrooms, I believe. Like the first one that they released. It looks good. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be... I'm glad it's rated R. I'm just excited that it's coming to fruition. Because, you know, I'm in my liminal space kick right now. So that's gonna be good. The main trailer's out now. I'll have to check it out. Check it out before bed. Which, speaking of bed, I think we are nearing that. It's definitely past my normal streaming time. I have to watch all the Backrooms videos that he made on YouTube first, though. Either I go in blind to the movie, or I go in and watch the series first to like see what I'm getting into with the lore. Do you have any favorite cartoons growing up? Well, my favorite was always the Sonic the Hedgehog. Not Adventures of Sonic, but the, you know, what they call Sadam. That was always my favorite as a kid. Was and always will be my favorite. Other than that, I just, you know, I loved watching a lot of the 90s cartoons. Whatever was on Nickelodeon. Other things like Street Sharks. If we're not including cartoons, but like cartoon animation, I was also a huge fan of the Max on MTV's Oddities. Growing up with the Max, boy, that was some mature animation in that. I always loved that. But yeah, I think it is going to be time for bed. Thank you everybody for stopping into another eBay stream. If it's your first time here, be sure to follow or subscribe depending on the platform. I do my eBay streams every Saturday night for hours, every Saturday. Play games during the weekday. Right now, I am working through post-game for Pokemon Leaf Green, my first playthrough. The Elite Four battle is up on the channel, so if you missed that, go watch that VOD. It's a really good... The Elite Four battle was awesome. If you missed it, be sure to watch it. It was so good, it made me upload my first short I've ever made on the main channel for, like, the highlight of the Elite Four. Don't watch that, though, unless you want to be spoiled. I'd encourage watching the Elite Four battle first. It's too late for me to even think about what the heck else I'm playing right now, but... We're gonna get around the Metroid Prime 4 and see what I think of that at some point soon. And... I'm trying to think if there was something... I know I'm forgetting something. But whatever. Whatever, we're playing stuff during the weekdays, right? Anyway, thanks again to the people that showed up tonight, even if you were just lurking, hanging out, watching, and especially to the people that super chatted, gave bits, especially on the Twitch side with Maniacal gifting 25 subs and a ton of bits. That guy really is maniacal, to say the least. He always comes and hooks people up with their subs during eBay streams. Really appreciate it. And thank you to the super chatters on YouTube. I really appreciate that. Thank you as always to you guys. And yeah, I'll see you guys next stream. Thank you for watching. Yeah, well, I'm sure we'll do another Xenosaga stream at some point on Kick. One of these nights. I just try not to do that stream if I haven't streamed like the day prior, because then that would technically be like 2 days where I'm not streaming on YouTube or Twitch. No, I'm just trying it out, Bovine. Because honestly, shorts don't really bother me anymore because they're just so easy to avoid if you don't want to watch them. So, it's like the people that watch shorts, they're going to find it anyway. The people that don't watch shorts, it's not going to affect them in any way. 4K. Yeah, it's a sealed copy. Graded, so in other words, just ignore it. Alright, I'll see you guys next stream. Have a good night. Thanks again for another fun eBay stream.